Oh man, dude. I need to stop being so late, I know. It's just, honestly, lack of discipline at this point. I need to fix my sleep schedule and shit, bro. I need to fix my sleep schedule. Just being a bit of a shitter right now. That's my bad. Lack of discipline. Right, shitters.
Time for another entertaining day where we just suffer in a corner.
Sorry, I have to put these dumbasses in their fucking place because no fucking I hate these people. Okay. No mercy for these people. I just do not care. No sympathy. No mercy. They all have to be put down rhetorically like the dogs that they are. Care less about this bullshit. Anyway. Close that bad boy. But yeah, I'm just starting too late. I'm just bad discipline and bad sleep schedule, I'll be quite honest. I am going to sleep way too fucking goddamn late. I need to fucking fix that, to be quite honest. The stream today shouldn't be too long, though, but yeah. A couple of short things to talk about. Which is good. Five days left. Do.
And now we continue to wait. We continue to wait and see, folks. Let me tell you. We're gonna have a great time suffering.
Ow! Ow! What? Woof. Alright, let's finish this damn planet. Modus. Right, so we have stone now. Lovely, fantastic. We produce stone. Took care of that real quick. What's next is, of course, we are doing this all to make concrete, because we need concrete to leave, obviously. Or rather, we're just doing this to produce some concrete so we can produce more rockets, so then we can have, you know, viable shipping for all this fucking bullshit. Like all the catalytic chemical plants.
Gotta clean the factory floor.
Lovely. Yeah, I don't want to put beacons here. No need. Okay, crushers. Yo, AO real? AO based? AO real? Why did I say AO based? I don't know why I said that. Truth nuke! Truth nuke! It's a truth nuke! Truth nuke! Real! Holy shit. What's up, Dranny? Holy guacamole, we got a fucking truth nuke! How much crushed stone do I want to make? How much crushed stone do I want to make? Then we need to make a smelting array. To turn that into brick. Real. Oh my god, it has been truth nuked into Trump Gaza. #1. Oh my god. I've never seen so much truth with a V spoken. Oh my goodness. So much truth nukes. Such a huge nuke. They are calling this the biggest truth nuke of them all. The Gaza truth nuke. But yeah, what's up, Zane? But yeah, I was talking earlier about how I just need to fix my fucking sleep schedule and shit, and, reorient and become disciplined again, because, damn, I have, been all over the place. Not been doing well in terms of the discipline department. At all whatsoever, especially with, like, sleeping and whatnot. So I need to fix that. Oof. All right. Don't know if I need these to be beaconed, I'll be honest, but fuck it. I'll just do it because I can. But yeah, we have some, we've got some truth nukes. Some real big truth nukes. Man, that dog is borking. We got a big fucking borker, dude. Sebastian fucking... Is Sebastian Gorka more like Sebastian fucking Borker, dude? Fucking Borker. That dog do be woofing, though. We just want stone. Cowboy hats? What are you, fucking... gay? What are you, gay? Huh? Gay? Only the gays partake in cowboy hats. $400. Well, it's 1-to-1 in terms of production of this, fascinating. All 1-to-1 shit. That makes things very convenient. Lovely. Well, let's get a smelting column going, I suppose. We don't need a crazy amount of stone brick. Because we don't care really much at all in terms of, we don't really give much of a shit at all about how much... we don't care about how much we fucking make in terms of stone brick. Just enough to make a bunch of concrete. Let's just think about the concrete production then first. Let's go 6. It's more than enough. Okay. Let's get our molten iron. Just around here somewhere. Puto. Pump it is. Okay, water. We don't want that water. We want the water that's coming from over here specifically. Okay. That's cringe. There we go. We are pretty much finishing up with this planet, that being named Corrundum. Adding in a few finishing touches, basically. Getting concrete so we can make more rocket silos. So then we could put more rockets down. And then we'll be leaving with our real reward from here, that being the catalytic chemical plant and the pressurized laboratory. But we are more or less finished with this planet. And then it's just going to be replacing some buildings and then going on to the next one. Money in our pocket. Next one I'm thinking about going to is Pelagos, which is a planet of a bunch of archipelagos. Also, in the meantime, I've been watching some interesting, well, mostly drama-related videos to the V-Shoujo, in reference to the V-Shoujo drama from one who is more in tune to the drama cycle. Mostly due to my own curiosity as to what Nux Taku's relationship was with V-Shoujo. Because I was a little curious. And it turns out, Nux is just a fucking idiot. Who doesn't even understand the basics of PII and cybersecurity. Because he's a clout goblin, first and foremost. So for those who may not know, Nux Taku used to basically had some affiliation with V-Shoujo. And I mean, he was a very large independent, I mean, he still is a very large independent VTuber before turning into far-right schizophrenic. As we all know. With the current version of Nux Taku. And I suppose also Tectone can be thrown into this as well, but he's not a VTuber, but whatever. He and they both basically overlay the same categories, so I consider them to be basically the exact same. So it turns out Nux Taku has, who would have thought, no scruples as a fucking content creator. Many such cases, I know that this very, very often happens. Daho, you're trying to tell me that content creators have very little to no operational fucking discipline? I can't believe that you would say this, Daho. Yes, I know. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. But basically, the thing that Nux did at fucking V-Shoujo was he made a video talking about a doxer who was doing social engineering campaigns in order to get at the identities of prominent VTubers, specifically at V-Shoujo. Of course, for those who may not know, but a social engineering campaign is a campaign, essentially. Fuck you, Boy Meets Mini. Stop being a 3 IQ LARPer in YouTube chat. Nobody likes that chat anyways. Filled with a collection of schizophrenics and freaks. But essentially what he did was he basically fell for some of the oldest engineering books in the sort of not engineering, but the oldest sort of tricks in the book when it comes to fucking social engineering. So social engineering is very often a person will impersonate someone that is close to that individual in order to basically try to curry and coerce something out of you. That is like the simplest fucking terms. For example, Luigi Mangione also did the exact same techniques of social engineering to do a, to get his hit off on Brian Thompson specifically. Social engineering campaigns are very extensive, they are complicated, and they are very, very fucking time-consuming. Very, very time-consuming. And they require a lot of forethought and planning out. But they work. They very often get to people who don't really know any better. Very, very often. Obviously, it's easier to trick, say, a lot of older people with this. But the thing that they generally fall for are phishing campaigns. And you can tell if something is a fucking phishing campaign if there's like 17 trillion fucking spelling mistakes. Or if the English is just really, really bad. The unironic meme of the Nigerian prince scam and shit like that. That's just, those are typically phishing emails. So, Nuxtaku was following a tip that he got from a fan. And it became more and more obvious to the VShojo cybersecurity team that the dude was socially engineering Nuxtaku. But Nux is a very stupid and hot-headed individual. And he thought, like, oh, there's no way my fucking fan would lie to me on the internet. No, that's not a thing that's possible. People lie to me on the internet? No, not to Nuxtaku at all whatsoever. Especially considering the fact that he's covered anime otaku stuff before. So it lies to believe that, oh, you're telling me that Nux has access and connections to a collection of, well, people who present themselves as like anime, 2D anime fucking waifus on the internet and are all women and are typically fucking super alone fucking weirdos, and they may have a chance in order to get at those people. I sign them the fuck up. He himself also got fucking socially engineered into potentially giving a lot of fucking PII. Of course, for those who do not know what PII stands for, that is basically personal information. Yes. Nux almost doxed a bunch of people because he's a fucking idiot. This was in reference to a previous instance of one of the other VShojo talents getting fucking swatted. Specifically, her name is Neoners, who got swatted. And so, since Nux is, again, like I've said before, not very fucking intelligent, very stupid. He's a very, very dumb individual. Of course, in his ever pursuit of wanting to acquire more clout for himself, of course, did investigations for this, and VShojo did a very poor job in communications and crediting of fucking Nuxtaku. Yeah, that was on a I was on a... keep in mind, yeah, that swatting happened on a sponsor stream that VShojo didn't pay Neoners for. It's genuinely insane, obviously, but, you know, this is the current world that we find ourselves under. Very, very insane shit happens. And, yeah, that's obviously our very stupid, idiotic boy, Nuxtaku, falling for a social engineering scam. Can we turn that temporary off for now, please? I'm starting to think, maybe, just maybe, I could replace all these heat exchangers and everything with the catalytic chemical plants for my nuclear-powered ships, so then I don't have to run this interrupt anymore. I won't have to carry nuclear fuel cells on my ships anymore. I can get rid of these nuclear reactors. Because I could produce 500 degree steam on the ship. I would just have to make more... Would I have to make more of these things? I don't know. Either way, we're going to probably send everyone to Corrundum to pick up catalytic chemical plants. And we will be definitely sending a bunch of catalytic chemical plants specifically to Maluna for future ships to make use of. So there will be a retrofitting. But there we go. We now have basically everything. In terms of upgrading the factory, of course our stone brick production is going to be a little slow because of the fact that stone production is also kind of fucking slow, but whatever. Like, you have to put back in half of what you feed, so yeah, it's kind of annoying. Like, this process makes 2 stone at a time and also produces a lot of sulfur dioxide, which, funnily enough, it is a 1-to-1 ratio to calcium sulfate and the amount of sulfur dioxide this produces. It's all 1-to-1 ratios, funnily enough. But, you know, given how it's, like, working out in terms of the production, blah, 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 blah. Doesn't work out exactly like that. But, yeah, funnily enough, this is a 1-to-1 fucking ratio. So, in reality, I should probably make this about 10,000. But yeah, welcome to another instance of Nuxtaku being a fucking moron. Thank you for coming to my fucking TED Talk. Many people say that there are many, many such cases of Nuxtaku being a fucking moron. All for the express purposes of trying to get clout for himself. Because for people like Nux, that's overall what it has always been about. It is about clout. He doesn't have any he doesn't have any scruples or morality that he operates off of. It's simply a, well, anything to do in order to gain popularity at any cost possible. And like I've said before, many, many, many such cases. So what's the lesson for today here, kiddies? Always make fun of Nuxtaku. That is the lesson here for today. You see Nuxtaku, you make fun of him. You see a fan of Nuxtaku, you make fun of them. Anything it takes to just completely make fun of and ridicule individuals like him is morally correct. Listen, theoretical LARP right-winger Boy Meets Mini, who's LARPing like a right-winger. I thought the right was supposed to be the macho tough guys. What happened? What happened? I thought you guys had giant fucking cocks and you were the macho men. What's up? What, you can't tolerate a little bit of fucking bullying? Pussy, 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 pussy. It sounds like personally I have to be more mean. Oh, I'm sure. As they're huffing the fucking copium. I do enjoy how I am as fast as my bots. 94 kilometers an hour, eh? And those go about 79 kilometers an hour. That means me and my fucking exoskeleton suit is going faster than potentially like 80 kilometers an hour. Yeah, I'm fucking fast as fuck, dude. And that's the power of these quality fucking exoskeletons. I am fast as fuck, boy. What's causing delays here, though? Way too much fucking uncommon bullshit. I see. I'm pretty fast. Yeah, I'm fast. I cast spell, go fuck yourself. I tell you to go fuck yourself. Smile. Yeah, it does nothing, Clueless. Does accomplishes nothing. You gladly have fun. Hey, yo. Relax. Are you saying that? A little weird. Do you wanna... I'll gladly have fun with myself. No, I would 100% give me my clone. Huh? Huh? Can we Hans Randy? Huh? What, huh? I just tuned into what you were saying, huh? Huh?
Listen, fuckhead. You have fucking crossed the line. Get that through your goddamn fucking head.
No, absolutely not. I would definitely not want to fuck myself. Literally. I would not. Damn she. Alright, okay. Ah, shit. Listen, I'm not hating. If you want to fuck yourself, literally, it's up to you. Is it that weird? I don't think that it's weird. It's just like, I don't want to fuck myself. I'm like, nah, I'm good. I'm mostly in the sort of camp, like, I don't care enough about that shit. I'm just like, whatever. I don't know about Boy Meets Mini, but Boy Meets Mini is ace. I feel like Boy Meets Mini would not exactly, well, either care or want to. Yeah, just not a priority in my life. I'm more or less in the same sort of category. Where I'm just like, dog, I'm just trying to fucking get a job. That's all I'm doing. I'm just out here trying to get a fucking, I'm just out here trying to get employment. A Shinji Karu thing, a clone of you that just matches you in everything. Oh god, I don't want fucking. Listen. I'm not. Listen. I don't love myself enough to want to have a clone of myself. I'll say it. I would not want a clone of myself. We'd probably get into arguments all the time. That's true, Boy Meets Mini. My hatred is also intersectional. I agree. An auto file. What the? Listen, it's like the lower tier god meme of, you should love yourself now! You should love yourself now! Oh, also, go to the Dogtober 7th video, Boy Meets Mini. We got a guy who thinks he's an effective rhetorical debater. We got a dude who thinks he can debate. All I ask for is for a lick of evidence about the dog collar. It's like, here, you should believe the schizophrenia that all these idiots have been putting out. And it's just like, I'm like, dog, they've put basically no evidence for their schizophrenic sort of idea. Why should I fucking believe it? You need to give me a reason to believe it. No, you just have to believe it. Okay, I'm choosing not to believe it. Thank you. Moving on with my life. No, you have to believe the induced internet psychosis. It's the internet. That's how it works. It's like, no. 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 I choose not to believe induced internet psychosis, personally. Well, have you ever considered this, libtard? You need to believe in my induced internet psychosis. Nope. 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 Isn't that, what people were up in arms, about with one of the Kardashian sisters? Huh? I don't know exactly what you're referring to there, Boy Meets Mini. Well, I mean, it's because none of these people are honest actors, right? They're not honest. Right? Like, there is no reason to treat these people with, like... Also, I fucked up. I should not have connected that water line like I did. Need to connect this to a main water line. It's because, like I even said in that dipshit that I was arguing with, it's like, buddy, you're just operating off of your own fucking confirmation bias. There's no point in debating with fucking people like you because, like, there is no rapport that you can possibly have with an individual such as yourself because you are just... You pretend to want to be interested in changing of your own mind and a changing of your own positions, but in reality, you have never been fucking interested in any of that. So there is no point in having, like, a fucking debate or a discussion about any of this stuff with people such as yourselves, because you've never been interested in having your positions changed. Like, you accuse me of not having my fucking goddamn mind changed, but that's because I already have a fucking goddamn idea in my fucking head where it's just like, I know that this is, like, complete internet-induced psychosis. There is no basis for any of the allegations or anything, and I simply ask for some basis or evidence or anything to prove your position, and you just say, like, bro, there's just the caller there. You just have to believe me. Just trust me. It's just like, why? I already do not believe that you people are honest actors. The burden of proof still remains with individuals such as yourself. I have no reason to inherently trust you, because guess what? If I were to inherently just trust you, that's how you fall into a fucking cult. And again, like I've said before, I have no reason to be a particularly big fan of Hassan. I really don't. Because I do not like a lot of his fucking community and how his community very often conducts itself, right? They are very parasocial and incredibly fucking annoying and weird in of themselves very often. Hassan, I extensively have some criticisms about some of his positions, but overall, I still consider him to be an ally in whatever progressive cause in general politics, because I agree and align mostly with the politics that he has, or at least for what he is expressing in this particular moment. I have rapport with that. I do not see a point in making a big particular stink with him for no fucking reason. But you fucking people just have this, like, schizophrenic delusions in your fucking mind, and this particular confirmation bias that you are operating off of. And I am personally not interested in any of that. I could care less about that shit, I'll be quite honest. It's very, very fucking stupid. Well, it's not the XQC meme, Boy Meets Mini. They unironically believe the XQC fucking breakdown. Like, the schizophrenic, like, Kiwi Farms-esque attempt and breakdown of how the shock collar is a shock collar. Which we all know is it's just a fucking delusion. It's just like, there's no evidence that has been presented. And people are saying, like, oh, he covered up the serial tag so people can't look at it. It's just like, dog, do you really think that he did it on fucking purpose? How do you know? Are you a mind reader? How the fuck do you know that he did that on purpose? Like, the excuses are just fucking lazy. And it's just like, it's like, okay, let's say that he did, and that he covered it up on purpose. and you've done all the cross-referencing. How do you dispute all the people, let's be honest here, about the fact that they have actually provided the real fucking dog tag, and also of like what it is from fucking Amazon, and people have corroborated it with at least some form of fucking goddamn evidence, and you motherfuckers just completely refuse to present any actual evidence in of yourselves to confirm your own fucking position. You expect me to just forehead believe it? Oh, and XQC retracted all his statements, and obviously we did the thing where fucking Ethan Klein said, like, oh, the fucking shock collar actually doesn't even hurt that much. It's a conspiracy theory. It's a psychosis at this point. And also, I bet that XQC had to retract his statements because he didn't want to donate.
It's cringe or
he didn't want to fucking
Jack.
donate $50K to an animal shelter. It's psychosis with these people. It's because these people are grifters. With people like XQC, he just wants to get popular off of the fact that he can use Hassan as a way to just grift to a new fucking audience.
Beta!
With people like Ethan, he has also a new audience to sort of basically appease of just like fucking 3 IQ Hassan haters. It's all audience retention and capture for these people. None of these people are honest actors, and they should not be fucking believed. They are charlatans. They are schizophrenics, and they are liars. There's no reason to treat any of these
Fuck
people
all these
seriously.
lipstick YouTubers
Seriously
and chicken shit
whatsoever.
redditors. Fuck this 24/7 internet
what's up, man?
spew of Discord and VTuber bullshit.
Thank you, Senator. Very cool. I appreciate that. So yeah, I'm really uninterested in fucking engaging in, I don't know, whatever, like, schizophrenic hypotheticals that these people might fucking present. Because I've not seen anything tangible be presented. It's just like, please, I'm willing to listen, alright? I am incredibly fucking open-minded, as much as people like to pretend that I'm not. I am willing to have my position changed on this. And my position has not been changed on any of this stuff, because it's just like, this is incredibly fucking weak, and I'm just like, there's just like no there. Like, this is just weak. And you people seem very desperate to prove your particular bias. So I am now bored. I'm just going to start making fun of you people. What you pissed about there, Matt? I'm just taking in and being proud about what I have created on this planet. I think we've done a pretty good job on this planet. I'm happy with what I have. We produce a good amount of science here, about 850 per minute. It's good. It's a good amount. It turns out I did not need to research 30 levels in sulfuric acid productivity. That was just a big waste of science packs, because we have hit the limit of productivity. We've hit the 200% limit of productivity. So what I could do is, honestly, since my productivity is still so high, I can put in overclock modules because we have hit the productivity limit. And we can just make more. Nothing's really going to prevent me from doing that. Now we are up to 16K. Now these won't be able to keep up though. And these can only take in speed modules, so. It is fine if we just do this to them. This is not even attached. But yes, thank you for coming to my TED Talk about why I despise this stupid Hassan dog discourse and think of it as like a fundamentally worthless discourse, and it's just like it's just a bunch of like stupid, lazy, annoying morons being stupid, lazy, and morons, and it just annoys me greatly. He did kill the third Hokage. Yep. The Sound Village uprising coup thing happened. Ooh, now we produce more than enough. But do I produce enough hydrogen sulfide? Not exactly. But it's okay. No one really liked the third Hokage all that much anyways. So, who cares? Well, now I produce a fuck ton of sulfuric acid. Now, is this gonna cause stresses for my fucking power grid? Oh, a tiny little bit, but we have about 3 gigs worth of power, so we'll be fine. Another good place to put these overclock modules as well is whatever deals with liquids and gases, because liquids and gases do not have any quality associated with them. Especially if they don't have productivity bonuses like hydrogen sulfide has. I can't believe that Daho would be a Hassan meat rider. Yes, of course. Typical Daharambe. Daharambe, being a fucking Hassanist meat rider. Yeah, I'm licking the boots, actually. That's true, Boy Meets Mini. I am a bootlicker. For simply saying, like, yeah, I think what you people are saying is very stupid. And this is very lazy propaganda. And maybe you should just try better. It's like, okay, bro. Whatever. Cool. Now we do not have enough hydrogen sulfide. Okay. I don't want to put all three. I only want to put one. It is C to drop. All of this to say, stemming from a conversation as to why I have learned more information as to why people hate Nuxtaku. It turns out he is a fucking idiot. Who would have thought that Nuxtaku is a fucking moron? Many such cases. Simply just be born intelligent such as myself, and then maybe you won't be as fucking stupid. Just be better. Be better. Only produces about 1,008. Really interesting. Oh, I'm doing this for hydrogen sulfide. Wait, I'm fucking stupid. I don't need it. I didn't need to do that. Well, that was dumb of me to do. Oh, that's okay. Whatever. Whatever. It's fine. This is sulfur dioxide, not hydrogen sulfide. Idiot. Oh, wait, no, this does also take hydrogen sulfide. Okay, no, never mind. I didn't fuck up. I did not fuck up. Whatever. I'm now essentially, I think, basically producing about double the sulfuric acid. 16.3k is more than enough for what I need. To keep my, well, eternal loops and processes going for forever. Might not be producing enough water. That should double it. Almost double it. Okay, well, now we produce plenty of water. We now produce a fuck ton of water. Water no longer a problem. I think we're pretty much done here now, huh? Really, all that's left to do is just pave this with reinforced concrete. That's really about it. Otherwise, I think we're pretty much 100% done. Also, I have discovered that I am actually I'm becoming a big fan of the I've Had It podcast. I am beginning to, listen, I've always had a hatred of the liberal wine mom. I am beginning to have, some of my perceptions mayhaps shattered. Although I still believe that most liberal wine moms are ostensibly fucking idiots and morons, and I do not like them. I am now of the opinion of hashtag not all liberal wine moms. Perhaps it is not over for the wine mom archetype. Just like how my reactionary thoughts on VTubers has been shattered, so shall my reactionary thoughts of wine moms also be potentially shattered. Perhaps we can all collectively together take the hopium pill. Is mostly what I'm trying to get at here. Perhaps it is not Jover, and there is some Jope. Alright, little buddy. We're gonna have you go on a distribution campaign on getting catalytic chemical plants, because we need those. We're gonna take 100 of them. Set constant. Can I use the plus sign to upgrade? No, that doesn't work. Luna will make great use of these catalytic chemical plants. So our plan in terms of this retrofitting is now with the recipe to be able to make 500 degrees steam with these catalytic chemical plants. Thanks to the research that we have done. What we can do now, specifically, is, what we can do specifically now is, replace the nuclear reactors that we have on most of our ships. They are now unnecessary. We don't need them anymore. We do not need them. We can get rid of them. Saves a bunch of space. Makes builds, very good. We will go with 10 seconds. Make this an ore. Maluna, you will be now accepting catalytic chemical plants. There are also the new labs as well. I don't really know where exactly I'm going to make use of those. That is a pretty big question. Catalytic chemical plants. Import from Corrundum. We will also want you to begin your importing of your own catalytic chemical plants. It's time for these to be replaced. All of our chemical plants. Because we have a better one. Why keep the old when we have the new? Get rid of these. They are unnecessary. Oh, these stacked to 9 in a fucking rocket? That's so fucking ugly, dude. Why? Why do you stack to 9 in a fucking rocket? Ugh, brother, ew. Brother, ew. Brother, ew. Brother, ew. Brother, ew. Brother. Ew, 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 ew. Whoa, 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 whoa. What's going on here? Huh? Hey, Alex, crime report. Come on, puta. Let's go. Where the fuck's our crime report? Where the fuck is our crime report? Yeah, only 600. It's not that bad. This factory probably goes full tilt. We probably have enough power, but it will never go full tilt because it doesn't have to go full tilt. Because we produce a lot. Based, by the way. They should be doing that, objectively speaking. Well. Think we're ready to leave, huh? I guess I didn't need as much room as I thought I did, but... You know, I did design this inherently with keeping all this extra room in mind, but I'll get a final look at this. Power, smelting, train drop-off stations, smelting items, of course circuit production, needed engines, stone production when we finally were able to unlock the science for that, science production, necessary rocket components, and all of the chemical processes that is needed for this planet. Oh, and a bunch of batteries. Because of the lightning storms. That are essentially obsolete now, but hey, we have them here, so we might as well just leave them. Oh, and then the mines. This mine is basically completely useless. It doesn't do anything now. In fact, in reality, what we should do is we just set the priority limit, priority on these things lower, because we don't need them. But yeah, we are bing chillin'. The only reason why I might have to come back to this planet is besides improving things with certain buildings that we may get, or modules that we may get, honestly, it would just be if I have to build another mine somewhere. Otherwise, we don't have to come back here at all. This place is pretty much going to be good on its own. For the rest of time. But we can get out of here. Time to improve our fucking factory. And honestly, all we have to do is just put in the catalytic chemical plants. Let me get the new labs as well. I don't know what I'm going to do with these, honestly. I don't know if they're better than my other labs. They're only 3x3 as well, which is kind of a pain in the ass. It's going to make it such that garbage disposal is quite difficult. If I were to build a science setup with them, but I don't know if the pressure laboratory is better than the biolab. It's good, but I don't know if it's better. But yeah, I think it's time to go. The next planet I want to go to is called Pelagos. Another agricultural sort of planet that's all diesel-based. It seems to be its main gimmick. And what I want is this. I want the heavy gun turret. I want titanium-based products. And then we have a couple of other things. Also, this interests me as well. And this. Long-range drone delivery. This interests me. Trucking planet? No, it's a boating planet. This is not a trucking planet. This is a boating planet. Because everything is surrounded with small archipelagos. Is that a fucking crane bulk diesel inserter? But yeah, basically, this the shtick of this planet seems to be everything is done with fucking diesel. What is activated carbon, though? You only just need 2 pieces of carbon. Because I see this recipe, which allows for casting of engine units in the foundry. And I saw this and I became instantaneously interested. I'm like, okay, that is interesting to me. Very interesting to me. Extremely interesting to me. And I do believe there will be enemies on this planet. So, because there's going to be spitters, which means we will need defenses as well. So we can just bring in our Tesla turrets. But yes, titanium. Fermentation bacteria. Titanium sludge. We're gonna have to do some wacky stuff with agricultural products. I mean, Pelagos is a post Gleba planet. Pelagos rocket parts. So we can't make LDS, and we can't make rocket fuel on this planet. Interesting. Instead, rocket parts are made with ethanol. Ethanol and titanium. A titanium plate. Interesting. Okay. That's how you make rocket parts, which means you need to have a decent amount of ethanol production. But you still need to make sulfur circuits. Standard shit like that. Fascinating. I'm very interested to see how this planet works out. Diesel pumps. Diesel assembly machines. Which are basically tier 3 assembly machines, but with diesel. Extra long-handed diesel inserters. And diesel inserters. These things are basically... that's your fast inserter? Yep, fast diesel inserter. And these are our long-handed inserters. Fascinating. Okay. 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 Very interesting. I guess the only... Because I'm trying to think. I might not want to replace the condenser turbines here, specifically on the Void Dragon. And the reason for that is because I might keep the exact same setup that we have with the nuclear plants. The reason for that is because we have these with the byproduct of the cool steam that we turn back into water that we feed back into the system. So this might be the only ship that gets no changes. The other ones, however, will be getting changed. The other nuclear-powered ships. Well, you're solar-powered. You're also solar-powered. You're solar-powered. Solar-powered. This one's going to get a change. It'll actually allow me to have extra turbines, which will be nice. I'll have to just figure out how to route the pipes. That shouldn't be too hard. I just get this shit all out of the way. So you are gonna get fixes. You are also gonna get fixes, which means I can then put modules and beacons back on here, because we'll be able to run more steam turbines. You are you have nuclear power. So, you are going to get more turbines. You should also be nuclearly powered. The only concern will be the further production of, thruster fuel. That is the only thing that needs to be concerned about. Are you out of power again, you puto? Yes, you are. Why? I guess no water? No, you have no fuel. Good thing I came here to check this. Oh, by the way, this is not also all the problems with having to have the fucking interrupt work and shit like that, blah, blah, blah. That will no longer be a concern as well. We can just, put the kibosh on that as well. I will no longer have to concern myself with all that, with that annoying-ass fucking bullshit. Yeah, it's all low temperature because there's no nuclear fuel, so...
Bleh.
You do not need it. You are also going to be solar powered. Most of my ships seem to be mostly running off of solar. I mean, solar is very convenient. It just takes up a bunch of space. You are solar powered, although they're pretty underpowered in terms of solar, but it's... You make it work, so it's fine. And you are also solar powered. Woof. And I also have been having problems with nutrient production for fish. Roo. It's fish. Rest in peace. One thing that I have not done on this planet is put down my one aesthetic telescope. I have to do that. I might have actually missed it on Ceres as well. I have to do that as well. I forgot to put down the one aesthetic telescope. But okay, so we just need to do a retrofitting of our not very many nuclear ships. We have like a couple. So small retrofitting and replacement of a couple of things. Nothing major. Also, I do need to distribute some calcium sulfate. But we have the delivery ship for that. And that is a new fucking thing. Lovely. Hassan Piker actually makes Hitler look like a good guy. You have to be a special kind of evil to make that happen. Yeah, dude, because apparently, like, the alleged shocking of Kaya is as, you know, bad as 6 million Jews being murdered in the Holocaust. You know, something that's really funny about these, like, dumbass motherfuckers is they always seem to love to not pay attention to the fact that Hitler, before shooting himself in the bunker during the invasion of Berlin specifically, basically fed his dogs the cyanide capsules to test to see if they work or not. So it's just like, okay, bro. Nice meme. Like unironically, it's just like, okay, bro, whatever. Someone already said that. What the fuck? That's fine. Aiden Ross tased Hassan's top mod. What? Okay. No, it's just, I don't know, it's just all fucking stupid, dude. It's all dumb, it's all stupid. Just say random idiot bullshit, doesn't fucking matter. Just do random bullshit, it's just like, okay, bro, whatever. Okay, so the idiots who need reforms are just, I think, only 2 ships. Or, like, 4 ships. You do, you do, you do, you do. It's 4 ships, I believe. Yeah, it's only 4 ships. 4 ships. Not as many as I thought. Although, honestly, this system, however, with the fact that now we can just make 500-degree steam on the ship automatically with the catalytic chemical plant, the nice thing about that, in reality, is that when we make ships that go even further out to Meraxis, to Aquilo, for example, we will not have to use any nuclear reactors for those. They're just unnecessary. We don't need them. No nuclear fuel. They won't have to come back to get fuel. They can basically permanently stay over top of the planet. Permanently. And keep themselves defended. Which I think is really good. That's fantastic, to be honest.
What can I say, folks? We have peak efficiency. It's very good.
I genuinely believe that non-interventionism is a deeply evil value. Now, that depends. We love liberals when they talk about pretending that they are pro-peace and whatnot, but in reality, profess to rather idiotic ideals and values, like... I'm not going to Rubia, idiot. The idea that non-interventionism is deeply evil is very fucking stupid. Would, for example, Slaslak say the exact same thing about Iraq? Was the intervention in Iraq a bad thing in the mind of this individual? I personally think that the invasion of Iraq was quite bad. For various reasons. War crimes, torture, its inherent justification for invasion or an interventionist position were wholeheartedly unjustified and unjustifiable. So to say that it is a categorical, just evil value is very fucking stupid. Would he say this about the exact, like, the Vietnam War? Would you say that about the Vietnam War? That's another question. Was intervention there justified? Because Vietnam, similarly, was also basically justified under the basis of having to intervene to stop Saddam Hussein from having weapons of mass destruction, a position that has never been corroborated. It's a lie. Fundamentally by the Bush administration. No one faced any consequences for it, of course. But was interventionism justified there as well? That's very strange to me. Very, very peculiar to say that intervention was justified there as well, even though there's the basis of the attack, of the invasion, is just based off of nothing. A movement toward democracy should have started with the Iraqi people, no U.S. interventionism. Well, unfortunately, as we all know, the U.S. industrial complex had different plans in mind. Unfortunately, most liberals don't care about that, and they pretend that they were against the Iraq War, so...
Yo, so we gotta get the oil, folks. Very important. Gotta get that shit.
So I'm not even going down to Rubia yet. Shut up.
We gotta get the oil. It's very important we get the oil.
We are missing 5 catalytic chemical plants. And as such, we will return. Although honestly, that means we've dropped a bunch off at Maluna already, right? Yes. No. Have you gotten your fucking catalytic chemical plant? No. You're still trying to produce them. Alright, well, hurry it up, idiots. I want it to be faster. We have deliveries we need to make. Oh, it's because I don't fucking... God damn it. Alright, fucking... Drop me off on the planet. Fixing this manually. Can anyone hear that fucking background noise of those random ass dumbasses fucking yelling or something? We have a bunch of putos yelling or some shit. Fucking putis maximus. Trying to get some damn fresh air and we have a bunch of putos yelling. You don't hear any putos yelling? Interesting. Okay. Not when I'm talking. Interesting. Okay. Guaranteed shiny Mareep. Okay. Guaranteed shiny Mareep side quest. Mabel gives up Kanto starters tasked by Sycamore. Hoenn starters and their Mega Stones aren't in the base game. Shiny sound from PLA is returning. Guaranteed shiny Mareep side quest. Mabel gives out the shiny charm. So Sycamore is in the game. Mabel is our new main professor in this game, as we all know. Okay. We want to go over some of the design leaks. Because we've been getting design leaks. I forgot to make batteries. God damn it, I forgot I need to make batteries on fucking Corrundum as well. I completely forgot about that. Yeah, we need batteries for, random shit. I'll say I'm pulling something up. So obviously, there's the 8 there that we know about already. That being, of course, Victory Bell, Dragonite, Malamar, the Kalos starters, Hawlucha, and Victory Bell, Dragonite, Malamar, Hawlucha, Kalos starter. Is it only 7 that we know about? Oh, the other ones we know about are the 2 Raichus. It's only 7 Pokemon we know about. But yeah, here's the shitters that have leaked. Starmie looks so fucking stupid. Easily one of the dumbest looking motherfuckers on the planet, dude. Very, very stupid looking. Ash Ketchum. Oh no. Gotta catch them all. Get them, catch them all. Well, we knew that Starmie is okay. The reason why, and this is my bet. The reason why Starmie looks that way is because, the daughter of Tierno. Tierno is the dancing guy. His whole shtick is that he likes to dance. And as such, obviously, his ancestor in the future also likes to dance like he does. And as a byproduct, we now have dancing fucking Starmie. I personally am a big fan of Chandelure. Very big fan of Chandelure. Now, all they have to do with Chandelure, and they're going to make it broken, is basically all they have to do is give it base 185 special attack, 120 speed, and shadow tag, and it's going to be broken. And it will be banned. That is all that Chandelure needs in order to be broken, and I will be happy if that's the case. And it will be busted. I mean, Starmie's already a bit of a meme. Starmie basically needs, like, just a really good stat boost, and then it'll be good. Yeah, and it seems like Game Freak's not going to do anything about it, Matt. Because of DHS using their bullshit. Probably don't want to deal with any random fucking bullshit from the Trump administration, if I were to take a guess. Which is very disappointing. But I'm not surprised. It is the Pokemon Company. If they can disappoint, they will. I like Scolipede. Scolipede looks cool. Scrafty, I think, also looks pretty decent as well. Well, better than the original sort of clansmanhood idea that was going around, making the rounds. It's like, But that was a funny little meme for a while. Yeah, Pepe. What else? I guess we'll just go this through one at a time. Fucking, Starmie obviously looks stupid. It's a fucking meme. Hopefully it gets, like, something good, though, and it's not a meme. In terms of ability, because it needs a good ability that's not dog shit. Then, it'll probably be good. Fucking, I like how Scrafty looks. I think Scrafty looks really cool. My three favorites here are Scrafty, Chandelure, and Scolipede. I think they look fantastic. They look really, really good. This Dragalge, by the way, this model we've known basically for a long while. It was just fucking confirmed. An image of this came out like forever ago. Dragonite has all the fucking dumbass morons and idiots. I think I've talked about this before. All complaining like, why does Dragonite look so fucking stupid? It's like, have you ever seen any like, first off, stop being so blinkered from the fucking Mewtwo movie, okay? You guys have the nostalgic cuck goggles on, and it's extremely blatant and obvious. It shows. Okay, you people are cucked. Uncuck your fucking brains. You people are all stupid. Like, Dragonite has always been a stupid, goofy, doobie-looking idiot. It was always the goofy, doobie-looking, stupid head-ass fucking pseudo-legendary. Always has been. This is a consistent pattern of behavior from fucking Dragonite, where it looked very fucking stupid, but you people don't recognize that because, again, you're all nostalgia cucks. So I have just a hatred of nostalgia cucks. They are so stupid and annoying, I hate them. Dragonite has always looked incredibly stupid. And it's all because of the fucking Mewtwo movie. That's why. Because they're just like, oh my god, like, what fucking dude has a Dragonite as a courier? And it's just like, it turns out it's fucking Mewtwo as a Dragonite as a fucking courier. But it made basically everyone's brain turn off immediately for just how fucking stupid the inherent situation was. But then again, you know, whatever. People are fucking 3 IQ dumbasses, and I hate them all, so whatever. What else? The old image, of course, that got cleared up of Mega Zygarde. So Mega Zygarde is literally the Truth Nuke Pokemon. Literally, it's Truth Nuke. It's holding a gigantic bomb over its head. It's basically Zygarde complete, but a giant fucking bomb. It's like, alright, Truth Nuke. Can we get some Truth Nukes in the chat? Because Zygarde's about to drop some fucking Truth Nukes. When it drops, it's gonna drop the biggest fucking Truth Nuke! Truth Nuke! True! Literal fucking Truth Nuke Pokemon. Zygarde complete. Its Mega is probably going to be broken because it's gonna have like 8,000 fucking BST, and it's just like, why does this thing have such stupidly high stats? All of its stats are already good. It has 800 fucking base BST. This thing's busted. Who thought this was a good idea? And then you look at Game Freak and you're like, ah, that's who. Okay. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Then what else? Drampa looked really cool. A lot of the full renders that I saw of Drampa made it look really, really nice, I think. With the black and its color scheme. Chandelure is basically more. It's the same thing, but more. Forehead. I think Gator looks like shit. Dude's got a giant ice cream scoop on his head. That probably goes on top of his head. It looks way better that way, but I don't know. Emboar looks like a Chinese, like, terracotta sentinel. Literal terracotta sentinel looking head ass. Meganium, it just has a bigger flower. Very, very boring. Dude has a beehive cut? Who? Fucking, what? Gator? Yeah, Gator. I don't know what's going on with his goofy looking head ass. Listen, so long as it gets like base 165 attack and strong draw, then okay, then we might be talking. Then we might be interested. I said I like Scrafty. Scrafty looks good. Very fashionista, but then again, the reason why Scrafty is such a fashionista is because the person that is associated with is believed to be the son of the second gym leader, Cliff, I think his name is. That's his son. It is assumed that he has like a romantic relationship with the first gym leader, although that's not really confirmed. But that's the assumption made there. And is the bit of a fashionista, and as a result, it has to take those particular qualities. So I like its design. I think the I mean, listen, the original leak said it's wearing a fucking Klansman hood, which was really, really funny. But nope, not wearing a Klansman hood. So we can all relax. I mean, I don't know, like, if you saw the original designs that some fan artists made, bro was literally wearing a Klan hood. Like, literally. Scolipede is basically, I think it has, like, parts of Whirlipede on it, which is pretty cool. Chandelier we've already talked about, it's just more of the same, which is fantastic. Chandelier's design's also already really, really good. And, it's just a bigger chandelier with more fire. No notes. It's perfect. I love me. I'm definitely going to use Chandelure when I play in the game. Out of all the fantastic ghost types that are made available in that game specifically, we have Gengar, we have Aegis Slash. I'm using Chandelure because the Mega looks fucking sick. Dope as fuck. Apparently you can also use multiple Megas at a time in the game, so that's also pretty interesting. We'll see how that works exactly. And, what else? Yeah, I don't think there's really much else to talk about. Dragalge looks very elaborate. A lot going on there. Yeah, that's the designs. There's an Anon who fucking compiled that. But for the time being, we are just, basically we're just gonna be Bing chillin'. It's just gonna be Bing chillin' until the game comes out and we get full details. I am looking forward to Legends ZA. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. And it's not long till the game comes out. It's about 4 days now, or 5 days till it's out. So 5 more days. Gonna be pretty great. At this point, I should probably just grab 200 of these things, so I don't have to keep going back and forth. It's probably you just have to be connected to the internet. More than likely, if I were to take a bet. I'm just glad that after 10 long years, the best mechanic that existed is making a comeback. Because Megas have always been the best mechanic. It's a perfect introduction to a first mechanic for a game. Because I know a bunch of, like, dipshit morons are, like, got upset with it. And I've gone into arguments with these people before, where they're just like, Megas are bad because not everyone has a Mega. And it's just like, well, sometimes not everyone deserves to have a like, sorry, sucks to fucking suck. Like, unironically, there's just a lot of fucking dog shit Pokemon out there that nobody cares about. Like, let's be honest here. And sometimes everyone having a mechanic is bad. Dynamax, I would argue, is a failure of a mechanic because it's just fundamentally broken. Sometimes not everyone can have these particular tools. Exclusivity is not necessarily a bad thing, right? Because it can allow you to make further content in the future. Terra is a good mechanic. Solid mechanic, just a bit fundamentally broken. It's just a broken mechanic, but it's a good mechanic. I like Terra. Terra is good. Terra is good in my mind. But the good thing about Megas is that Megas make team building and is a very, very good entry point. A lot of people got their entry points into competitive in Gen 6 because Megas make it such that it is really, 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 really easy to build the team around. You pick your Mega and then you build. You use your Mega as a centerpiece. It makes it very, very easy to build. Which is good. Well, there are also, yeah, like, the thing is that you also can just build without Megas, given how how ridiculous power creep is in particular right now with Gen 9. You don't have to do that anymore. But yeah, it's very easy to pick a Mega because it's just a giant pile of stats with good abilities, generally speaking, that work really, really well for them. And it's just like, I can easily just win by building a strategy around X, Y, and Z. And it'll be very, very effective. Just like Megalopunny. And listen, people's reactionary tendencies will not stop me from saying that, yeah, I like Megalopunny because it's just a good Pokemon. Everything about it is it's just good. It's strong, it's fast, it has good coverage options, good move options. It lost its main stab in return and frustration. That's kind of annoying. It doesn't really need it, though, to operate. So, who cares? It has good coverage options, it has good move options. It has the tools needed to work. It has a good speed tier at base 135. 405 speed is very, very good. And it has priority. It can just do a lot of different shit. It's very, very... It's just good. It's just a good Pokemon. Well designed, well made, and thanks to the Scrappy buff, where it can now ignore Intimidate, it used to be Landorus was a soft check to it, and now Landorus can no longer check it, which is very good. It only got better, thanks to some of the changes. It got stronger, in fact. But yeah, that is Megalopunny, for example, in a nutshell. It is a very good Pokemon. We are Megalopunny enthusiasts in this chat. It is a fantastic Pokemon. It turns out I am using quite a few shits here. I'm not going to replace the presses, because the presses are kind of overpowered, and are actually better than the catalytic chemical plants. We have a couple areas where we use them, though, so we will make use. Alright, let's go back to Novice. Alright, I have a bunch of catalytic. Did I drop a bunch off here? Did I? Oh yeah, I did. Oh, that's okay. Well, that makes my life a little easier. I can just head to the next planet after this. They're lovely. I don't think there's any more that we need. The only other thing that I think I will be needing is calcium sulfate on this planet, because I think it is time we improve our nutrient output. I think. I am at the limit of 300% productivity. Huh. Why is it only offering me, letting me have 200% productivity on Corrundum for sulfuric acid? I knew the limit was 300% productivity. That's a little interesting. Alright, well that's novice complete and upgraded. What about Maluna? Maluna should have gotten some catalytic chemical plants, and it did get its catalytic chemical plants, so we'll do you next. Except I think you're probably going to need a lot more. Alright, catalytic chemical plants. Where else do we need to put them? Sulfur production. That's going to be nice for this place. Now we have a ton of extra sulfuric acid now as well. And here's the big kahuna. The fucking water production is essentially going to double. Yeah, that shit's basically gonna double. What's my water production here now? Yeah, that's a good amount of water. 6,900 water. Nice. I don't need to do this as well, but for the sake of completionism. Oh, which means I also have to replace the ones there that also make the... And do I not have something that takes care of... I don't. I don't know why I decided to put fucking productivity modules into the lubricant. It's very unnecessary. I do not know why I did that. I do not know why you are telling me Planet Rubia. I'm not doing anything on Rubia yet. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3 planets done already. Number 4. Where are our instances of chemical plants being used? I mean, there's probably not a lot on Gleba. There may be a couple. Yeah, there's only like, yeah, just for batteries and for fucking sulfuric acid. Very little. There's like a guy basically like grunting really loud, like going, "Ah!" And I'm just like, what the fuck is this man doing? Why is there a guy fucking like doing gotchi-gasm in my fucking head top, bro? The fuck? Why is there gotchi-gasm? Oh god, I forgot these need to be changed as well. These are actually pretty critical. Chemical plants that need to be changed. Yeah, the coal production. That needs to be changed. Plastic. There's quite a few fucking chemical plants, to be honest. Although you will eventually bring them. Well, and to be fair, Boy Meets Mini, the reason why in Radical Red I chose to build around Megalopunny is because I took a look at the teams the Elite Four had. I'm just like, wow, these motherfuckers are incredibly weak to Megalopunny. It basically outspeeds or speed ties everything that they have. I almost forgot. I probably should have mentioned that. It's just like, wow, this thing is just really good against them, like extremely good against them. They have very little that outspeeds it. The only thing that can outspeed it was Zacian Crowned. Everything else was either a speed tie or slower than it. So it's like, wow, this thing's really good against them. It always has an opportunity to come in and just grab KOs. Always. And that's exactly what it did. I think it might even outspeed Zacian Crown. I have to double check what it's. I think it's 140. It should be 140. Its speed stat. Oh no, it's 138. 148. I was about to say. I'm pretty sure Zacian Crown does outspeed this thing. I'm like, there's no way it doesn't. With base 148 speed, what were they thinking when they made this fucking thing? It initially had base 170 attack, and you get +1 attack for free. Nonsense, Pokemon. What the fuck was Game Freak thinking when they made Zacian? What were they cooking? Are you gonna keep spamming me with, are you ready for Rubia? No, I'm not. I'm not going onto that planet yet. Shut up. Fuck you. I'm literally distributing shit. Alright, so Gleba. Not a lot is needed for Gleba. Very little is needed for Gleba. Yeah, they're getting a little loud. That's not that bad. I mean, I'll close the window once we start yapping about shit. It's not the worst, though. No, it's some dudes outside on their balcony. That'd be a sports game on TV. That'd be crazy. Why would they have their balcony open for that? It'd be so weird. Well, I'd have to start calling them slurs. Just like my favorite content creator, Nuxtaku in Tectone would want. Like, I do remember that, for whatever reason, like, literally, Tectone decided to write a tweet about, with Hassan calling him the F-slur for some reason. It really is with like a lot of these fucking conservatives. All they want to do is just say slurs more often than not. And it's just like, dog, I mean, this is literally what you got banned off of for Twitch. Because you decided to have like a schizo, like, crash out rage moment for the fact that you had botting on your fucking account. Because right-wing weirdos like you. And right-wing weirdos tend to overflate a lot of their popular, quote-unquote popular content creators to make them seem more popular than they are in reality. You had a schizo crash out that you lost about half your fucking viewership. And then you decided to, well, get really fucking mad about it and just be very annoying and stupid about it. And it's just like, okay, bro, whatever. Very dumb and very annoying and very stupid. I've seen the clip as well. I do have to say, the dude basically had like an old man sort of like reaction. It's very funny. Leaks made him look like a Klansman, but he is really cool as fuck. That's funny. I feel like a lot of people are starting to notice that a bunch of the megas look like they're fucking trainers, and yeah, whoa. You're telling me that very often, if that Pokemon will associate certain Pokemon with their fucking trainers and make them look like them? Now that is what we call in the business a truth nuke! True! Yo, where's our truth nukes? Any truths? We need our truths. Truths, we need our truths. Truth nuke, nuke, truth nuke. True. Such a big
true, and yeah, that's pretty true. That's true, and yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's pretty true. That's pretty true. I mean,
Feds clap back at Chapel Roan saying "fuck ICE" at concert. Alright, might as well well, I guess since we're here, we're gonna grab some stack inserters. It's cool. That is very often the case, but most people, for example, like a lot of VTubers ostensibly are like rather left-leaning or liberal in terms of their politics and things that they believe in. They obviously don't express it, generally speaking, but a lot of conservatives will have like schizophrenic screeds about shit like that very often, simply just due to the fact that they just, well, fucking, their positions are just so fucking disagreeable, and nobody fucking likes a lot of the idiot shit they fucking peddle. And then they like shock Pikachu face, like, no, why do you not agree inherently with my politics? Oh, also, this place got new animations, by the way, Boy Meets Mini, and they look really good. They polished up their animations and made everything look fantastic. Like, when the level 10, the tier 10 version of these starts shining, basically, it'll be like, basically what it does is like, it does like a fucking rainbow animation. It looks very, very nice. And they added a new fucking build path as well. New data cell. AI data cells. You have a good one, Randy. Alright, we can get rid of that as well. Lovely. We now make AI data cells. Oh, and they made the neural computer look different as well. It's a brand new neural computer. The mod makers of this particular planet did a great job with a lot of their graphical revamps. I think did a great job, I think. And eventually, this area will come back to life. Basically, we haven't done really much of anything with any of the AI research on Moshine at all whatsoever, but it'll make a comeback eventually. It will. This stuff will also give us quantum processing productivity research, which will be obviously nice for us to have. If I recall correctly. But that's pretty cool. Anyway, back to Fulgora. Any chemical plants that need to be replaced? There's probably not going to be that many that need replacing here. Ooh, that's actually pretty big for the holmium production. Because we get an extra module slot there. That's actually pretty big. That's kind of that's a bit of a truth nuke right there. That's a little bit of a truth, Nuke. That's a true right there. Actually, more than I thought there would be. Off to Fulgora. 6. Go with 70 of them. Drop them off. Head back to Corrundum. Pick up more. Continue distribution. We're done with Maluna. Done with you, done with you, done with you, done with you. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 more planets. So much better than all the other fucking replacements that we've had to do in terms of factory improvements. This is a lot easier. Actually, let's drop off 80 of them. Let's do that. Pick up also calcium sulfate. 'Cause we need that shit. Okay, now hopefully with this calcium sulfate thing that we're going to be implementing in, I guess I need to drop myself off at Novice to make some carbon. Doubling our nutrient production from biters is a thing that we'll have to do. this. Egress, I anticipate, will probably have quite a few. Video of a little girl screaming, "I'm 15," while grown men touch her against her will is every conservative stream. In Chicago, 4 vehicles descended and 8 ICE agents moved in to kidnap a child. Nice! Kidnapping children, eh? Can we get a based? AO based? AO based? Kidnapping? Children? Let's fucking go, dude! That's a fucking truth nuke, dude. Like, the absolute truth. So common. The most common truth nukes. I only have the most common of common truth nukes. Do we have... Yes, we do, but they're stuck in there. Although, to be honest, we have quite a lot of stuff, so it's probably best if we just drop off a bunch. Oh, yeah. This is going to be quite a large area in terms of supplying it for this shit. So that'll have to be both a shipment of catalytic chemical plants, but also other shit. Well, my fucking timer for that shit's gonna be completely off, but whatever. Magic fluid processing is going to be faster. That's for all the magic parts. But yeah, that's a truth nuke. That's a big truth nuke. Big fucking truth nuke. Alright, off to Egress. Stop telling me about Rubia. Fuck off. Truth nuke, truth nuke. It's big fucking truth nuke. US beef prices soared to an all-time high. Let's go. One of the few export economy markets that the US has is doing dog shit. No one wants dog shit US beef. Let's go. Now that's what we call another fucking... That's another truth nuke right there. Big fucking truth nuke. So many fucking truth nukes, dude. Nothing but fucking truth nukes right now, dude. We love to see it. Truth nuke. I just remembered something else we need to do on Corrundum. How could I forget? I forgot about the production of platinum thrusters. I completely forgot about these things. So these things are basically a double as effective, so 210 consumption per second. You look at the regular thrusters, 120. So it is an increase of 75%. 75% more effective. What does that have to do with the consumption, of course? Well, the higher the consumption, the higher the speed. I only produce 760 thruster fuel per second. Looks like we need some more. Well, with new catalytic chemical plants, it's good for some specific ships. So for our Gleba ships, that's really good. For our ships that go to Gleba, very, very good. Because it's all about speed. Because we all know how those ships work in particular. Right? The quality of the science, the amount of science that, the science packs that have values that degrade is dependent on how fresh they are. That means the more freshness, the higher the science value. Alright, let's try to do a little bit of reform here. So we can put in our good old pal. I don't have a hyper underground belt. Okay, we need to take care of that immediately. Oh, we're getting that on from fucking Egress. Okay, that works. Yeah, we have a bunch of fucking shit that's gonna start backing up if we don't take care of this problem. Okay, we came here to start delivering stuff. Delivery. Okay, there we go. Egress is done, and we are getting our belts, and then we're gonna leave. Pick up more stuff. Now, we need LFCO to also make a stop by Vulcanus. Go over to Vulcanus, please. Speaking of replacing things with catalytic chemical plants, we're gonna go back, pick more up, replace, put more productivity modules in. Oh yeah, that thruster oxidizer amount that we're starting to produce. Lots. And you see how cheap this shit is. Like, it is incredibly cheap in terms of resources consumed. Like, 2 iron per second? No, that's nothing. And not even 1 calcite per second. This recipe is so fucking efficient. Super, super, super efficient. I also need to do the exact same reforms for this area as well. We do have to, I think, head to Rubia first before we can even think about going to Aquilo, I think. Let me double check about that. I think we have to. Yeah, we have to go to Rubia first before we can head to Aquilo, because after installing Rubia, I guess the logic is you have to go on, be able to head onto the planet to be able to even go there. So before we can head interstellar, we have to head to the trash planet. It's an intermediate, I suppose, kind of challenge, because Aquila is supposed to be hard. Same with stuff like Secretus and Frosetas, and I think even Meraxis. I'm trying to see. Do we need to also go to Rubia for Meraxis? Yes, we do. I see its science pack right there. We also need Project Iron Man as well. Yeah, Rubia is going to be an interesting planet. Like it's been said, it's going to be quite a challenge as well. There's a lot of differing strange quirks with Rubia. Never watched Don to Don, but I probably would enjoy Don to Don. Never watched it though. It seems like it seems good though, you know. I have no qualms with Don to Don. The theme song is good though. I think the theme song for Don to Don is quite good. Rubia is going to be quite the challenge. It's going to be a very important planet once we actually decide to head there. Toonami really helped make anime popular in the States. I do believe that is the case, right? Much they pushed in the U.S. markets, I think. I have no idea. I don't know. Wait, AI bubble fears take hold in the mainstream. From Riverboat Jack. Man, I really hope that there is fears about the AI bubble and it fucking pops, dude. I do hope that is the case. I do really hope that the bubble bursts and there's a fucking recession / depression. I'll be quite honest, because then it's just like, well, now I know that I'm completely Wallaki fucking cooked. There's not much I can fucking do about it. Very cool. This would be great for my collage. I'm looking forward to some of the interstellar designs that we can possibly make as well. I think those are going to be very interesting to experiment with. Especially with some of the resources we can have available. So if I go to Castra, for example. This is the military planet. Yeah, a lot of research available here, by the way. Lets you create the... Well, you need it as a prerequisite to be able to get to the railgun. Yeah. Castra has a lot of shit tied behind it. Lots of shit. And you also need the Battlefield Science Pack to in tandem with it as well. It is a fascinating planet. It even gives me more engine unit productivity, which I don't fucking need, but whatever. Personal battery Mark 3s. Bunch of other random shit. I think actually one of the most important things here is actually explosive ammo productivity. This is going to be nice. Especially in space, when you have to make rockets. Lots of rockets. Excuse me. But this science pack is so funny. You need to produce tanks in order to make science on this planet, which I think is so funny. And uranium ammo. And it's done in the forge. Anything, if you know anything about the forge, it has a inherent 10% quality bonus. So you may roll some quality science packs. So you have to fucking deal with that properly. It's annoying, but it's fine. But have you ever wanted to produce better and more ammo? The forge is for you. What does this building look like? You can make forges with forges. That's funny. Microgravity assemblers, eh? Fun. Bashar al-Assad now lives quietly in a luxury tower in Moscow, reportedly addicted to spending long hours playing online video games. Cord DZ. That's fucking funny, dude. Very funny. Maybe Bashar al-Assad shouldn't have barrel bombed his populace, and then he could have just played video games for a long time or something. I don't know. That's funny as fuck, dude. That's so funny. Oh my god, it's Alex again. Which country does he live in? Who? What, Bashar? Bashar al-Assad? He's in Russia. He went to political exile after getting deposed. Yep. Why are there no Kings protests? That's my question. I don't know. Whatever the fuck, basically, the Russians just kind of let him have, right? Like, I mean, he's just being allowed to, like, live in a tower somewhere. Like, that's it. He's, like, chilling in a hole, basically. Like, unironically, right? Yeah, it could be worse. Yeah, he could just be still murdering Syrians or something, so, you know. I suppose in that particular instance it's not that bad. I suppose for Bashar al-Assad, it worked out about as well as you could have hoped. Let's be honest here, Alex. Better than, I don't know, getting like your asshole reamed out like Benito Mussolini style, you know? Know what I'm saying? Moshan needs quite a few. Yeah, I suppose in that respect, Bashar al-Assad made it out like a bandit. For lack of a better term. Stop spamming me about Rubia. I don't care. Shut up. Fuck you. I'm just dropping shit off on fucking different planets. Putis. Speaking of which... let's improve our mother fucking shit. $680 water. It's a lot of water. Oh yeah, We produce, God, so much fucking thruster fuel. Or Gaddafi. That's true. Gaddafi. What though? The K? That's, I think you might be saying a slur there, Alex. Slur usage? Slurs? Slurs? See how it is. See how it is. Typical Chicagoan behavior, saying slurs about Muslim people. Everyone do your finger shames. Finger shames. For shame, Alex Rovas. For shame. I will be a catty little bitch. I make 432 megawatts on this thing? I didn't know that. Cool. It's Gaddafi. Gaddafi. Like I said, I'm just trying to be a catty little bitch because, I don't know, I just want to be a catty little bitch. Is that too much for a man to ask for, to just be a catty little bitch? Can't a guy just be catty and a little bitch? This is where I'm expecting either truth nukes or you're so valid, king. Oh, you're so valid for that, king. You keep being a bitchy little cat. Either that or a truth nuke. I need a truth nuke. I'm a fucking... Literally the reason why I cut this whole fucking thing off is to put the fucking... puto over here. There we go. Much fucking better. 3,500 thruster fuel per second. Back to Corrundum. What's left? Aurig and Ceres. Do we even use chemical plants? I believe most of the chemical processes that exist on this planet are done specifically through the press. You might not even have any chemical plants being used here. Ah, no, there's some. There's the sifters. Overclock modules might actually be quite good for these things in particular. I need to put a radar here. Well, actually, there are quite a few instances of chemical plant usage on this planet. The light color I chose for this planet was perfect, to be honest. That nice sandy tan brown, perfect for this planet. Oh, Sandy, like my cheeks, am I right? Don't ask why I made that joke. I hate the fact that I made that joke. Shut up, fuck you. Oh, I have to be on the ground in order to fucking add this thing's... Fuck my life, actually. I have to come on the ground in order to fucking add this thing's stupid ass fucking bullshit. God damn it. Yeah, I have to go to the ground. For this planet. I just remembered, yeah, I have to go to the fucking ground for this goddamn infernal planet. Put this! Let's put this planet. Literal team fucking Papagia. Whatever. How about you? Do I even want to change anything for you? Do you even use chemical plants? Yeah, you do. Actually, I'm not going to bother with Saris. I'm not bothering with Saris. You need to get your revamp anyways. That's only going to be possible once we head through Quillo. Alright, so the last thing we need is Aurig. Luna's already done. Alright, off to Aurig. Gotta drop ourselves off at the planet. Then we go pick up more catalytic chemical plants. And then we do our reforms. And then we can just... It's gonna be new planet time. Because we will be done. In terms of all... never mind. We also need to make... Right, the platinum thrusters. In fact... Who better to test out these thrusters than you? Hmm? Oh. I was gonna say, why do I have no water? Where the fuck my water go? Alright, let's see how these thrusters do. And will the guns be able to keep up? Well, we need more physical projectile damage research. purple. Alright. Let's see how she goes. 2 giganewtons of thrust. It's about double, I think, of what I had before, so probably about double the speed. Okay, not about double. So I was going about 230 kilometers per second. We are at about 370, so that is an increase of about 60% in terms of speed. And the guns are keeping up quite decently. Make sure ammo production also stays up quite well by doing one of these. .400 kilometers per second, 390 kilometers per second. That's what I was also expecting. It's about a 70% increase. We are fucking zooming, and the guns kept up perfectly. Lovely. No need for extra physical projectile damage research. However, because I can. It's a little overkill, but I have nothing better to do research into, so the more physical projectile damage, generally the better. So, now we're back here. Why am I so slow? How did I toggle off my exoskeletons? It's fine. It's a good thing we came here because we had stuff to pick up anyways. That was very loud. Very suddenly. That should be more than enough. Well, since we are at the production limit, we can just take these out. We actually don't need these. We can save on power a little bit. Take out those productivity modules and take out these beacons. Unnecessary. No, actually, we can just keep the beacons there. Speed increase is just still good. Just clean it up a little bit. Nice. How much sulfuric acid does this produce? This is a tiny fucking setup, too. 8K sulfuric acid. It's the standard recipe. 8K from 10 machines. No productivity in there needed whatsoever because we are at the productivity limit, so. I think it's the same on Novice as well. I don't have any productivity modules in there. Why is there no petroleum gas in here? Oh. I see. Yeah, we don't need prod mods anymore. So you're telling me I have to fix my entire pipe reorientation because of the... Does that also include you? Okay, that is actually extremely fucking annoying. Never mind, that's actually really fucking annoying. Why would you do that? Okay, now I'm upset. Why would they do that? Okay, well, luckily for you idiots, it doesn't matter, because you only have one input, and you also only have one input. That's a fucking putis. I'm not gonna lie. That's as puto as it gets. That's extremely fucking putis. I'm kind of fucking puti. That's kind of putis right there. Very fucking putis. That is extremely fucking puto. Let me guess. I have to also fix all of your fuck... Yeah, I do. Okay, well, this isn't too bad because I just have to move these over by one. That's actually... This one's not that bad. Okay, that's not that bad. This one's not that bad. This one's not that bad. Still fucking annoying, but... I have to... I thought I could just easily do this for my ship and I wouldn't have to go down to these damn planets. But it turns out I'm wrong. And I hate when I'm wrong. That makes me angry. That makes me fucking pissed. Ay, 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 ay. Probably gonna fix these off stream. Just take care of you real quick first. Yeah, I also have to fix this motherfucker as well. Put this! Yeah, that's kind of puto. I'm not gonna lie. This is kind of puto. Very puto. Very putis. I'm not happy. On a level of 1 to putis, this is extremely fucking puto. Do you understand? Extremely fucking puto. I am not happy about this. It's just fucking annoying. It's just a nuisance to have to fix this. This is just, it's very puto. Very, very puto. Extremely fucking putis. I just have to, I'll have to do the rest of them offline. Because it's just going to be a bunch of tedium. Just have to check each planet now, see what inputs are fucked. Because it doesn't take long, it's just tedious. Because I gotta fucking fix the inputs now. Fucking inputs. Okay, there. You're fixed now. Hooray. Very fucking putis. Like, see? These only have one input, so it doesn't matter. But the others, they had 2 inputs. It's all because these putos sometimes have 3 inputs. Such as the great retro... Well, no, it's not going to be that great of a retrofitting. It's a bit of a retrofitting that we're going to be doing on all of our new fucking... On all of our ships that are nuclear powered. They take 3 inputs. You need water and the thruster fuels. The oxidizer and the fuel. Okay, you're only 1 input, so you're fine. And you're 2 inputs, so you're fine. Okay, you're fixed. Okay, we're done with this planet. Get the fuck out. We're leaving. Get back on the fucking ship. Okay, now we have to take a look at this. Now we have to fucking look like at a hawk. You only have 1 input. You are fine. You only have 1 input. You are fine. You need to be fixed. It's pretty desperate for you to actually get fixed, because we need that. You only have 1 input. And then you are fine. Yeah, it's out of water because the whole thing is just fucked. These are just oriented incorrectly. I was about to say, no water. What the fuck? Should have fuck tons of water. Well, luckily this issue is very simple to fix. Typically, it's because I don't put the pipes in the outside. I don't do that very often. Alright, get back to producing water. Get back to work. You don't need that. Where else are we using these fucking chemical plants? I think it's only just for the sulfuric acid. Or the sulfur, rather, not the sulfuric acid. And the cellulose only has 1 input. Same with the coal. Same with the plastic, only 1 input. Okay, cool. Great. I almost also forgot to put in fucking productivity modules as well. Am I using catalytic chemical plants anywhere else on this planet? I don't think so. Don't think I am at all. So we should be A-okay on this planet. You. Yes. Many problems must be fixed. Only one input, so it doesn't matter. Only one input, so it doesn't matter. Only one input, so it doesn't matter. One input doesn't matter. So, cracking, anytime there's fucking cracking, needs to be fixed. Egress. This one should probably not matter at all as well. One input doesn't matter. One input doesn't matter. Because you don't do, like, any chemical cracking at all. Never mind. Does matter. This has 2 inputs. This pipe setup needs to be basically redesigned. So we have to go on egress. One input doesn't matter. Egress, okay. Mostly, for the most part, one input doesn't matter because most of the inputs just involve light oil. So this one's going to be probably fine. Probably a-okay. Probably not a big problem here. Because light oil is the input. I guess also if we ever want infinite light oil, we can always come to this planet because literally this is just light oil. It's free. It's free. Just pump it. Just pump, forehead. Just like fucking pump it out of the ground, out of the ocean, made out of fucking ligma, bro. Or make like a train station to pick up a bunch of it for no reason. That's true. You know, seems good. Literally free. Single input, so it doesn't matter. Although it's nice to have the extra productivity module in here, I have to say. So yeah, we have to come to Fulgora because if we do some cracking here, which means the... Well, first off, you need to be flipped around. And put the right way. In terms of input and output. But otherwise, yeah, we have to come here. You are definitely fucked up. Because we do cracking here. Yep, because any instance where there's cracking. And by the way, this setup was a complete pain in the ass to get to fucking work, so... Reworking this is not going to be easy. Very much so going to be a fucking hassle. Especially on this planet. I'm gonna make you do a full rebuild. I'm gonna make you shit your pants. Although, honestly, you see how much plastic per second we now have? $583. I don't need that much plastic. That's a lot of plastic, huh? Nah, we can go higher than that. That's not that much. To 583? Eh. That's nothing. You know, that's heinous? Bah. That's rookie numbers. That's rookie shit. It seems like it's wherever there is cracking, yeah, because the rest is just only single input. So, everywhere else is fine, just where there is single input. forgot to put catalytic chemical plants over here. I need Vulcanists to get more catalytic chemical plants. I completely forgot about all the carbon we produce here. We're going to be definitely missing some plants. That's okay. Novice. Yeah, novice. So every planet needs to get fixed. Yeah, but even like this alone, 80 sulfur per second is pretty good. Of course, it's not as broken as the press. Yeah. 813 per second. Plastic. That is enough. In fact, we overproduce for a... No, we don't overproduce. Moves 600 items per... Yeah, we overproduce... Actually, no, we don't overproduce on a single solitary side to be able to transport all that with a white, fully stacked transport belt. We would have to get an extra 200 plastic per second, for example. Because 300 items per second, obviously, because 75 times 4, because you can stack a belt to 4 items at a time. By the way, there is a research that gives us an additional belt stack, so we can stack 5 items at a time. Which is awkward because those things only stack 16 at a time, so we'd have to override the stack size amount to 15. But it's fine. It's annoying, but it's easy for every stack inserter. So what? That would be 375, right? Assuming we get that research, which we will eventually. So 375. Both sides of the belt, that's 750 items per second. So we're not even at max potential. You say that's heinous, Boy Meets Mini. We're not even at our max. This is nothing. Well, military science is not keeping up. Right. Yeah, our military science production is kind of shit. There is one thing I probably should completely rebuild. It's this shit. Although our military science production should be okay. I don't know why it's not. Oh, it's because we don't make enough walls, do we? Yeah, we don't make enough walls. Tim walls? Okay, that should be enough. Just enough. But it's enough. That's all that matters. Doesn't matter if it's just as long as it's enough. We stinking up the place again? Here we are. Okay. So that is all the shit that we need to fix. Well, we need to come to okay, I'll just go do novice real quick first because we need sulfur for science, so that needs to be fixed immediately. Everything else is inconsequential. Science comes first. Also, we'll probably fix this thing as well to double our nutrient production, because that will probably be helpful. But as we all know, science always comes first. That did not take very long for me to get to novice. I mean, platinum thrusters. 75% increase in speed. That's pretty good. Alright. Let's fucking take care of this shit right now. Give me that. Why is there no water coming here? Oh, because your source of water's been cut off, hasn't it? No, I never reattached it. Okay, let's fix that. I didn't even notice that was a problem, but now I did. Okay, this... Alright, sulfur. Petroleum's reattached. So here's the problem. These things are going to get kind of in the way, but this is actually the flexibility of the catalytic chemical plant. With these extra input here, I can just kind of weave around it a little bit. I can kind of weave around it. This shit's just kind of in the way. Yeah, we're gonna kind of have to move this. Fuck you. Fuck you, uranium tank shells. You're gonna be moved. Same with... Why am I producing cars? I don't need those things. Those things are fucking useless. Screw you guys. I'm going here. I'm gonna have to be more racist now. Because we can't have cars. We can't have nice things. Truth nuke. Fuck you, car. Okay, so this should theoretically work. This roboport's just in the way. Move it. This one might be a bit of a problem because of just how tight it is. Don't know what I'm gonna do 100% about this situation we have here. No, it's fine for me to remove that because it's still connected. Okay, that's fine. Whatever. I'm not gonna fix that then. Okay, so obviously no fluid mixing because we're racist. Obviously. You know, this one might be kind of euchred. These probably need to be moved over by a tile. Yeah, we have to move these over by a tile. Yeah, these definitely need to be moved over by a tile. Okay. Good. Very good. Reorient these pipes. Okay. Nice. It's better. There is part of the sulfur back. Boom. Lovely. Okay, cool, very good. Same thing again. Nice. Good. Very good. We have fixed the problem. Just like that. Now to just attach the water. Ooh, that might be a bit of a pain in the ass. Nope! Fluid mixing pad. There. Actually, no, that's fine. Yeah, that works. Okay, cool. Problem solved. Science can flow once again. The science must always flow. My dubious liquids must always be produced. Well, it was a little annoying. I mean, it's worth it. These things are good. These catalytic chemical plants are very, very good. Definitely don't produce this much petroleum, but we could produce that much petroleum. We definitely could. Starts pulling out my schizos. I think my current shitter is getting a refill on all of its productivity modules. But yeah, there we go. We have fixed the problem at hand. Curious, how much damage does our dumbass guns do now? We just got level 13 research. 5 plus 52. It's 57 damage? This thing does mostly have depreciating returns. More and more you research, becomes less and less worth it. But we got nothing better to do right now with the research, so it's not the end of the world. It's not like the longest thing ever either, so. Okay, and there shouldn't be anything else that needs multiple inputs. God, I move so fast. Yeah, you were missing sulfuric acid, that's why you were having some problems, but now you are not missing sulfuric acid. Why do I have all this? That's a good question. Now you're dealt with. Goodbye. I wish there was an improved oil refinery. It's like the only thing that's missing, I think, from these damned mod packs. Improved oil refinery. That would be nice to have. But there's none. don't produce enough red ammo. Oh, son of a bitch. Fucking military science. Okay. Should be okay now. The rest we will take care of off stream. Just gonna be maintenance. Oh boy, I love maintenance. Who loves maintenance? Oh boy, my favorite thing to do. Alright, I'm gonna grab water, I'm gonna grab some, go to the bathroom, blah blah blah. Put my shit in my fucking dryer, yada yada yada. But I'll be right back.
now put together the beat, you can never compete. I paint pictures, make them easy to see. When now put together the beat, you can never compete. I paint pictures, make them easy to see. When now put together the beat, you can never compete. I paint pictures, make them easy to see. When now put together the beat, you can never compete. I paint pictures, make them easy to see. I paint pictures, make them easy to see.
Penis. Be as loud and obnoxious as possible. What's up? We are so Barack. Dicks! Do I have a fell for it again award? Emote? If I don't, I'm adding one. Heavily missed opportunity. I should have one. I do have a fell for it again award. Why do none of you motherfuckers use it when I talk about conservatives falling for it again? What the fuck? People are worthless. Do I have one with the Wojak? The one with the Wojak is always funny. There isn't one with the fucking Wojak. What? What? Not enough room to put the fucking Wojak in there? Crazy. The JFK emote. Alright. Cool. Oh, it turns out I never. Oh, I've tried to fix my Elgato. Turns out there was never any problems with it. Didn't have to do any fixes, but you know, reorganized all my cables, so that's all good. Used it as an excuse to reorganize my cables. Cleaning up my shit a little bit. Need to clean it up a little more, though. Supreme Court, Voting Rights Act. Get our boy. Okay, I think we got everything we want. It's gonna be a relatively short day. Love that for me. Stupidest thing someone said on my channel? Uh, such a simple question, but incredibly complicated at the same time. I don't know. Boy Meets Mini, what do you think? What is the dumbest thing that someone said on my channel? Oh, man. That's a tough one. There's so many, like, choices that could be said. Jerry Mungus talking about how I was a Nintendo shill for speculating on megas and just talking about mega speculation. Yeah, that dude is definitely up there. The Aiden Ross Dick Riders. We can, like, go through some of the fucking Asmongold videos as well. Even some of the people on the FD Signifier video were really fucking stupid. Oh, man. I want to give it to Jerry Mungus because the dude literally made 2 fucking alt accounts to just basically harass me. And it's just like, okay, bro. That dude made 2 alt accounts where he would converse between themselves very often in YouTube chat, despite the fact that the dude has a girlfriend and he said that he has to go to his fucking girlfriend or something. It's like, okay, yeah, totally, bro. Yet you have enough time to make 2 alt accounts talk with one another in order to just be, like, really stupid and fucking annoying. It's like, you have the time to do that, but not with your fucking girl. Yeah, so, okay, yeah, you have a girlfriend, but sure. Okay, bro. I'm giving it to Jerry Mungus. That dude's a fucking idiot. That's who I'm giving it to. Like, some of the stuff that motherfucker said it's just period fucking just stupid. And the dude would be a complete sued about argumentation as well. Like, basically no point at all. All right. We're gonna get started with this shit. A new Japanese prime minister, and it's a woman. Oh my god, we're going woke in Japan. So fucking woke. So friend of the late Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, basically, I think he got like assassinated by a fucking Moonie guy, if I recall correctly. Assassinated by a Moonie and shit like that. And well, I guess the party decided to put her as the next prime minister. Very cool. She previously wrote a blog recommending a book called Hitler's Election Strategy, which stated, "Voters you cannot persuade should be eliminated." All right. Getting a great idea, so I guess she's a fan of some of Hitler's writings. Advocate for strict immigration policies. Might want to take a look at that population graph of Japan and talk about how you should not be for immigration, so that's cool. Of course, she's for the rearmament of Japan. I guess that's a little bit more understandable, given how aggressive China is being, but the reason why Japan, to begin with, was not allowed to rearm was because of its fanaticism in World War II. There were fears that, basically, of how fanatical and aggressive and zealotous, there we go. Not zealotous, there we go. Jesus Christ. The Japanese were during the war. It's just like, we can't let these guys be able to fucking rearm because they're just going to be being aggressive. Fuck this bullshit. Absolutely not. And also was an excuse for the U.S. to have military bases themselves in order to have control of Japan. But tomato, tomato, potato, potato. That's how you fucking win, but whatever. She opposes gay marriage and is against the potential female emperor. So, Sanai Takaichi, to become the Japanese first prime minister, is among the more conservative candidates, leaning to the ruling party's right, a former government minister, TV host, and avid heavy metal drummer. And she's a conservative? She likes heavy... Okay. Whatever, man. She's one of the best-known figures in Japanese politics and controversial one at that. She faces many challenges, including contending with a sluggish economy and households struggling with relentless inflation and stagnant wages. Yeah, might want to take a look at that Japanese work-life culture. That might be a potential problem here. Let's be honest here. In terms of, Japan, Tokyo, it constantly builds a lot of housing projects and has a very, very good public transportation system. In terms of, the quality and standard of living that exists within Japan, Tokyo is where it's at. The problem with Japan specifically is the fact that the sort of work-life balance as it is right now is really, 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 really bad. If I recall correctly, first clip that came up was that we need to basically eliminate the concept of a work-life balance. Now, a lot of conservatives will cope, mauled, and seethe and talk about, the fact that she was talking about herself in that particular instance. But personally, I don't really give much of a shit about that, I'll be quite honest, because that's the main problem right now with Japan. The fact that the average Japanese worker works how many fucking hours per fucking day and how many days per fucking week, because that's the sort of cultural expectation. I wonder what it is. I'm curious. What is the average work hours for a Japanese citizen? Roughly, the average work for a Japanese citizen have decreased to about 1633 hours annually, or about 31.4 hours a week, based on recent data. Well, that's good. However, the standard illegal work week is 40 hours per week, and many workers frequently exceed this with unpaid overtime. Well, that's not good. So, I'm wondering why... Because I'm mostly talking about the average sort of Japanese worker. Of course, this could potentially include a lot of the CEOs, a lot of the more richer people, a lot of the more managerial sort of positions where I assume they don't put in as much work. Your average Japanese sort of worker is expected to put in way, way, way more hours in comparison to a lot of, say, for example, the managerial class. And the thing is not only are they expected to work a lot of unpaid overtime, they are also expected to go out with their managers and their bosses on like basically like dinner dates, I guess, for lack of a better term. And that's just like how Japanese culture sort of is. There's a problem with that, of course. It doesn't give people the opportunity to be able to rest, relax, recharge their fucking batteries. It's a lot harder for them to be able to do stuff like that because of the fact that, well, they're expected to work way more often and are also expected to have like rapport with their bosses and shit like that. Now you can make the argument, it's like, well, you know, if you get along better with your managers, you can have a better sort of work environment. It's like, yeah, that's true. I don't disagree with that. In comparison to that of America, where it's always isolated, must always be isolated and shit like that. That could potentially work. But the problem is that if people just want to have the option in order to be able to just rest and relax and not have to go out to like a restaurant with their fucking goddamn manager, you should be able to give people that choice, is mostly what I'm saying here. So if people want to do that, they should be able to do that. She will also have to navigate a rocky U.S.-Japan relationship. Yeah, because of Trump's belligerence, and see through a tariff deal with the Trump administration agreed by the previous government. If confirmed as prime minister, one of Takaichi's key challenges will be uniting the party after a turbulent few years, which saw it rocked by scandals and internal conflicts. Last month, Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba, whose term lasted just over a year, a frequent turnover of prime ministers, you say. Now, where have we seen this before historically? Oh, it was with the Tories in the United Kingdom after having a rock-solid position and doing a bunch of austerity politics and, generally speaking, highly unpopular measures in Britain. They got very, very fucking unpopular, and as a result, they began to lose a lot of power and lost the next election to a dogshit Labour Party, but, you know, they lost to a dogshit Labour Party. And, generally speaking, the Conservatives within, the Tories rather, are basically dead right now within the UK, within the Westminster, within UK, because people have moved on to, well, more further right positions as a result. I have no doubt that more than likely, the same thing is probably going to happen to Japan. My suspicion here is Sanai Takaichi over here, since she is further right, I mean, she seems to be positive about Hitler, for fuck's sake, basically is to be a sort of capitulation to the further right nationalistic elements within Japan, to basically be like, listen, we like you guys, you know, we want to move further right, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, further right, yeah, let's go, woo. And is not going to address any of the root causes and root problems that are happening within Japan as to why it is the way, in terms of, like, the economy is, generally speaking. But, you know, capitalist parties are going to capitalist, and they're just never going to address any of the fundamental main issues that are, generally speaking, going on. Many, many, many such cases. So, where is it? Where was I fucking talking? Announced he would step down after a series of elections defeats that saw the Liberal Democratic Party's governing coalition lose its majority in both chambers of parliament. Jeff Kingston, a professor of Asian Studies at Temple University in Tokyo, told the BBC that Takaichi was unlikely to have much success at healing the internal party rift. Yeah, listen, if you want to put a hard-liner, like, far-right individual, like Takaichi seemingly is, she's not going to do a very good job at healing internal party rifts. She's going to be inherently fucking exclusionary and is basically a gamble, if I were to take a bet, to basically try to solidify more power within the further right elements that may be rising within Japan, or, more likely, to act as a fucking fall woman. And the reason why I'm saying that is because Komeito is ending its 26-year coalition with the ruling Liberal Democratic Party. This jeopardizes the nomination of Sanai Takaichi, the new leader of the LDP, as prime minister. The opposition could, if it unites, form a government for the first time since 2012. They are saying that this is the shortest bit of a new prime minister ever since Liz Truss. Ha! This was the actual fucking the bait. This is where it was actually leading to. The fact that she's already going to lose her fucking spot as fucking prime minister before even potentially being fucking sworn in. Very, very, very cool. Guys, it turns out if you try to put in far-right fucking dipshits into power, and never address any of the main fundamental lying issues with the economy, and that is with the Japan, a lot of the sort of work culture that exists, and not to mention, I guess for lack of a better term, fertility issues. The reason why a lot of people are not having children within Japan is, as I have said before, Asian work-life culture. Unironically, it is expected for you as the average Japanese citizen or worker for you to basically go to work, have good relations with your fucking boss, go to sort of restaurants with your boss consistently, and you're not allowed to have any time for yourself to be even able to have socialized relationships with other people around you. Going to be hard to be able to go out and date if that is the particular case. Not to mention all the unpaid overtime that these people, generally speaking, tend to work. So as expected from these people, like, you are going to shock Pikachu face that there's a population problem within Japan. Not to mention, if you ever take a look at the population graph for Japan, their population is aging. That is a fucking problem. There's not enough young people to be able to pay into the tax system in order to be able to provide for all the old people that are going to be leaving the workforce and retiring. That is a huge, huge problem, which causes inflation, right? Because again, the government is forced to have to spend a lot more money in order to be able to help provide for the pensions and the other social safety nets that are required to provide for the elderly within Japan. And that makes opportunities for young people to be able to afford things within the economy, especially with the fucking inflation that is going up, because a lot more old people are retiring. They are leaving the workforce, so they're not able to pay as much into taxes. That is why there's going to be economic problems. And not to mention, there's always been like economic problems, I think, with Japan ever since the technological boom that they had during the 90s, but that's a whole other different story. And yeah, there's also a lot of backlash against workers from India coming there on visa. Japan needs us, dog. You guys need, like, Japan just started. Even under Shinzo Abe, they were forced. They were forced to try to have to start taking in immigrants, because for the longest time ever, Japan did the whole, I don't know, racist, homogenous shtick, saying like, yeah, we don't need to accept in any fucking immigration. And then that population graph started to be like, ring, 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 ring. Hello, my name is the population graph. Everyone else is starting to retire. All the baby boomers and a lot of Gen Xers are now starting to retire. And there's not enough young people fucking and having kids and being able to pay into the fucking tax system right now. There's like no one there, especially with like a lot of the incel movements that also are in Japan right now. That's a whole different fucking story. Cultural problems within Japan. Also, with the given work-life sort of balance that exists within Japan, ring, 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 not as many young people exist within the system to be able to pay the taxes, to be able to work for long enough in order to be able to provide for all these old people that are starting to go into retirement and leave the fucking workforce. That is an economic crisis. Not only is it a population crisis, it is also an economics crisis. The exact same problem is also happening in Korea. It's happening all over the world right now because of, well, baby boom, World War II, blah, 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 shit like that. So, yeah, they really are saying that this is the shortest time ever for a prime minister to be able to go into power. Sanai Takaichi. And it's all because of a lot of the fucking complicated problems that existed within Japan with its fucking economy. So, I like, there's not really much else to say here besides, yeah, the Liz Truss lettuce wins yet again. Always bet on the fucking lettuce. She's already not going to be able to go in as the new leader because of all of these snowballing, compounding fucking problems. They really are saying that she is the Liz Truss of fucking Japan. I don't think there's really much else to say besides, Well, it turns out if you try to appeal to all the far-right stupid dipshits, it turns out it's actually really bad for your fucking economy. And that there is a lot more fundamental issues with Japan that even if she did get into power, she was never gonna fucking address. Don't think there's much else to say besides that.
Very cool.
Oh, man, dude. Welcome back, Margaret Thatcher. Except never going into power at all. Alright, how do we get fucking started with this shit? Having an ADHD moment. Well, what do we have here? Another Supreme Court case, now looking at the Voting Rights Act. I think based off of this potential decision of Louisiana versus Calais, it may potentially jeopardize about 19 different Democratic fucking seats, which the Republicans will be allowed to gerrymander out of fucking existence. So this is a pretty fucking landmark case for the Voting Rights Act and voting rights, generally speaking, within the United States of America. Who's ready for more fucking tyranny of the minority fucking bullshit? So I believe that this case is based off of the fact that in Louisiana, right now, there is a law where it is expected to have at least 2 black districts, black majority districts within Louisiana. The recent map that was done in 2020 basically made one of those black districts disappear. There was no more second majority black district. Because again, funny thing about Louisiana, it's 33% black. Lots of black people live in fucking Louisiana. You can assume why there's a lot of black people living in Louisiana. Should be fairly obvious. It's the slavery. But Republicans, they don't give a fuck about any of that stuff. They're racist and they hate black people, so they try to gerrymander them out of existence, basically, and pass a map with only one majority black district. Why do they do that? Oh, they're racist, obviously. No shit. And as a result, they broke the fucking law, and they were sued. And it made its way to the fucking Supreme Court. We all know the current makeup of the fucking Supreme Court. Or rather, that's not accurate. It made its way up into the federal courts, and it went back down because the map was not approved by the lower courts, saying, like, fix it, fix the map. You can't do this. You're not allowed. Like, it is within the state laws in order to have 2 majority black districts, to have some kind of representation for that. It got appealed, and now it's making its way up to the Supreme Court. So, this could potentially be a huge fucking case in terms of voting rights. So the U.S. Supreme Court is set to hear a case this month that could gut what remains of the Voting Rights Act, effectively killing one of the crown jewels of the civil rights movement and the nation's most powerful statute to prevent discrimination in voting. So for the past, I believe, about 10 years, the Supreme Court has been slowly chipping away at the Voting Rights Act specifically. And obviously, this significantly accelerated simply due to the fact of the 6-3 conservative majority that exists now on the fucking Supreme Court. And obviously, with Trump being put into power, this is a perfect opportunity to basically, fuck over and completely gut the remaining of the Voting Rights Act. Basically making it such that, actual fucking representation for a bunch of the minority populations that exist within the United States of America. Nah, fuck that. It's all about fucking white. We love whiteys. Whiteys win. Let's go. The court's decision in the case Louisiana versus Calais could be one of the most consequential rulings for the Voting Rights Act since it was enacted in 1965, and is almost certainly the biggest test for the law since its decision in Shelby County v. Holder in 2013, where the justices hollowed out a provision of the law, Section 5, that required certain places to get voting changes approved by the federal government before they go into effect. Considering who's in power in the federal government right now, yeah, it's not great. Having the executive branch have to be the main fucking dudes who have to be, not the executive branch, the federal government's, it's a little more broad than the executive branch, but having the federal government have to be the main guys in order to have to approve all these fucking goddamn voting districts just makes it such that it's a way more of a bureaucratic nightmare shithole of a fucking mess. And depending on who is approved to have to take a look at those maps, you might get some potentially racist outcomes. If it's a racistly gerrymandered sort of state like Louisiana specifically, they may approve those maps and may have it such that the voting powers of black people get significantly more and more affected. Essentially sort of cementing a not like a poll tax, but a similar situation as it was with during the times of segregation, where a lot of black people were just not able to have any power or any say within, the broader American electoral system. Supreme Court is considering the constitutionality of the most powerful remaining provision of the Voting Rights Act, Section 2. The measure outlaws election practices that are racially discriminatory and has been the tool that minority voters and voting rights advocates have frequently turned to challenge redistricting plans from congressional districts to county commissions and school boards that group voters in such a way to dilute the political influence of a minority group. Again, the thing is, with the Louisiana maps that were attempted to be passed during 2020, it makes it such that there's only one majority black district, right? Which is illegal under the Voting Rights Act, which is why the maps got sent down, it got fucking appealed, and now we're in the fucking mess that we have right now. Getting rid of Section 2 or severely limiting in the ways in which it can be applied would effectively kill the Voting Rights Act. It would take away the most powerful tool voters have to challenge racially discriminatory districts. The stakes are potentially quite large, said Sophia Lynn Lakin, the director of the Voting Rights Project of the American Civil Liberties Union. The outcome of the case will not only determine the next steps for Louisiana's congressional map, but it may also shape the future of redistricting cases worldwide. As I mentioned earlier, 19 seats are potentially at risk right now in a bunch of different conservative states. I believe in like Texas, I think even in Arkansas, and a bunch of other conservative districts. Not the districts, but in a bunch of different conservative states where a bunch of Democratic, basically blue dot holdouts may potentially be completely destroyed simply due to the fact of the Voting Rights Act being affected in the way that it is, with Section 2 essentially being completely and utterly fucking gutted. So this is essentially the maps that I've been mentioning earlier. So this is the map that they tried to pass, obviously, trying to divide up black people as much as possible. And this is the map that was forced to have to be done with 2 majority black districts. The reason why there has to be at least 2 majority black districts within Louisiana is because under the Voting Rights Act, I believe Louisiana is 6 districts in total. Given the fact that, like I said before, about a third of black people, not a third of black people, but about a third of Louisiana's population are black, it stands to reason that about a third of these districts have to have majority black districts, right? That's sort of a fair amount of representation that exists within the state. However, since Republicans are racist, they are willing to draw maps that are going to completely dilute and destroy that. Because in reality, for them, it's all about maintenance of hierarchy control and basically putting a bunch of minority populations under their fucking jackboot. That's the entirety of the point. The point is the fucking racism with these people. The dispute at the court is focused on a challenge by white voters into a majority black district in Louisiana that stretches from Shreveport to Baton Rouge. The justices already heard oral argumentation in the case in March that focused on whether Louisiana Republicans had overrelied on race when they redrew the district in response to a Section 2 lawsuit by black voters. In an unusual move, the court did not reach a decision at the end of the court's term this summer and instead set the case for re-argument this fall. Basically to give an excuse for more than likely the white voters and the conservatives in this particular instance to basically come up with some dumbass fucking argument to justify the passing of the map. The justices announced in August they want the parties to submit briefing on whether Louisiana's intentional creation of a second majority-minority congressional district violates the 14th or 15th Amendments to the U.S. Constitution. 14th Amendment guarantees equal protection of the law for all U.S. citizens, and the 15th Amendment prohibits the government from denying someone the right to vote based on their race. Seems like a potentially very interesting case to have to take a look into. Because again, as has been said before, and I guess like the argument of the conservatives is like, well, based off of these districts, the black people are not being denied their right to vote. But the problem is that since a third of Louisiana is black, about a third of the state's population, that is, it stands to reason that about a third of those districts should have a representation for that third of the population, right? Stands to reason within the Voting Rights Act, within Section 2. But Republicans don't want that, obviously. They want to basically take away as many seats as possible from the Democrats because for them, it's all about, well, power games for them specifically. And, you know, if they can be racist at the same time as well, fuck it. That's fine by them as well. The question raised the stakes of the case at the court, giving opponents of the law a chance to argue the landmark civil rights statute should either be significantly narrowed or struck down entirely. This is why the battle of fucking voting rights is a never-ending one, and civil rights in general. Because basically, if you just allow these complete, utter charlatans and freaks any room to be able to just keep arguing and arguing, because if they want to basically take away all rights, if a conservative could do that, they would. They wouldn't give a shit. They gladly would take away all of your rights if they ever got the opportunity to do as such. Because again, the point for these people is about maintenance of hierarchy and control. Racialized hierarchy, even fucking gendered hierarchy, sexualized hierarchy. It is all about that maintenance of control for these people, which is why you can never, ever, ever give them an inch. Otherwise, they'll take a mile. The challengers in the state do not limit themselves to whether conditions in Louisiana continue to justify application of the Voting Rights Act there, said Stuart Naif, a lawyer with the NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund, which is representing voters defending the existing map, that being this map, the 2024 map. They have attempted to expand the question beyond what the court has asked, and they argue that Section 2 is not constitutional at all anywhere. Yet, unfortunately, the 15th Amendment would like to disagree with that. The government from denying someone from the right to vote based on their race. Now, you can make the technical argument that it's not denying them that right. However, if you can effectively sort of just dilute the pool of voters and just not give them the ability to have representation by proxy, again, conservatives will never have any problems with that. And it's obvious that the 2022 map is racially fucking motivated from Republicans. It's very obvious that's the case. There are many possibilities for how the court could rule. The justices could beat back those arguments and affirm the constitutionality of Section 2. Questionable at best if they'll actually do that. The court could also say once and for all that the provisions is unconstitutional, dealing a fatal blow to the Voting Rights Act, essentially making it completely fucking useless, saying that Section 2, if they say Section 2 is unconstitutional, then bye-bye Voting Rights Act, one of the key landmark pieces of legislation for the Civil Rights Act of 1964, I believe it is. I don't remember exactly when it was put into place by Lyndon B. Johnson. It could also rule somewhere in between, leaving Section 2 intact, but make the test to deploy it much harder, in effect neutering it. That's what I think they're more than likely going to do, because if they actually do outright try to gut it, I mean, Samuel Alito and Clarence Thomas are going to try to basically gut it and get rid of it if they can, because again, those two people are far-right pieces of shit, and, if it means taking rights away from minorities, they gladly will. They have no problem with that. The two key pillars, at least since 1982, were Section 2 and Section 5, said Richard Hassan, an election law scholar at the University of California, Los Angeles. Shelby County already knocked down one of those pillars, and this could potentially either knock it down or render it so weak that you might as well say it's been knocked down. He added that weakening but not killing Section 2 might potentially avoid some of the political costs. That's what I think is also going to happen, because if they outright just kill it, there's going to be riots out in the fucking streets. 1,000%. Because that's going to be such a huge news item that the media can't ignore. Because again, the media is not already going to talk much about this because it's all procedural, electoral, court nonsense that's very boring, not going to get the ratings. Because again, thank you, commodified media, making it such that this is a case in the news that nobody really gives much of a fuck about. But, we love fucking dumbass commodified media that's never going to talk about real fucking important stuff, because it's all about making all that money in order from advertisers and shit, so they're not going to talk about civil rights that are being taken away from people. So that's cool. Great. Fantastic. The case arrives at the court after many of the court's conservative justices have openly expressed skepticism about the continued need for Section 2. The authority to conduct race-based districting cannot extend indefinitely into the future, Justice Brett Kavanaugh wrote in a 2023 concurring opinion. Of course, the racists don't like this. Who would have thought? A remark that was widely seen as an ominous sign for Section 2. Justice Clarence Thomas has long publicly said he thinks the statute is unconstitutional when it comes to redistricting. Why am I not surprised? Congress amended Section 2 in 1982 to clarify that it outlawed practices that resulted in discrimination. One did not need to prove intent. Working as an attorney in the Justice Department, John Roberts advocated strongly against those amendments. Yep, he is the current Chief Justice, by the way, the one who basically brings a lot of these cases to the court. The fact that he's saying that this is, he is also against a lot of these amendments is a very, very spooky sign, for sure, obviously. Could basically make it such that the conservatives may have a sort of permission structure to effectively gut the fucking Voting Rights Act. So that's great. The consequences of just gutting Section 2 would be drastic. Lakin and other attorneys representing black voters defending Louisiana's current map wrote in the brief to the justices. Without Section 2, jurisdictions could simply eliminate minority opportunity districts, even where they remain necessary for voters of color to have any opportunity to elect candidates of choice, wiping out minority representation and resegregating legislators. again, effectively, because only white people are going to be the ones that are able to vote within those particular districts, because a lot of those minorities are just going to be like, well, there's not much of a point of me being able to be able to vote, because all of the districts are written in a particular way such that I have no voting power effectively. So what is the point of trying to run for representation? Like, should be fairly fucking obvious. Resegregating legislators, city councils, and school boards, as some have recently attempted to do, they wrote. Districts based in obvious majority-minority communities like Harlem or Tuskegee could be divided along obvious racial lines without consequence. Louisiana legislators reportedly have already been asked to hold dates for a possible special session on redistricting after the oral argument this fall. You shouldn't be surprised about that at all. They are wholeheartedly ready to fucking pounce on this and basically fuck over all black voters. They have no problem with this. The case before the court on the 15th of October, that's relatively soon, involves a long and twisted saga over Louisiana's congressional map, which Linda Greenhouse, who covered the Supreme Court for decades for the New York Times, called, without doubt, the most complicated voting rights case I have ever encountered. After the 2020 census, the state drew a congressional map that had only one majority black district out of 6, even though black voters make up about a third of the eligible voters in the state. Well, it's the same stuff I've been saying. Black voters sued under the state under the Voting Rights Act. 2 courts agreed with their claims, and the state eventually drew up a new map that created a second majority-minority district, wanting to protect powerful incumbents in the state, including the House Speaker Mike Johnson and Representative Julia Letlow. While also being majority black, the new district has an extremely odd shape. Who would have thought? Whoa, you're telling me that the fucking Republicans who are drawing these congressional maps are going to draw them in an incredibly fucking dishonest way in order to be able to protect some of their more necessary members for their fucking party? Who would have thought? But after the new maps went into effect, a group of white voters sued in a different court, arguing the new district improperly sorted voters based on their race. A court agreed to that with that argument in 2024, but the U.S. Supreme Court allowed the redrawn map to go into effect for last fall's election because it was a little, well, because it was basically a little sort of too soon to probably rule on stuff like that. But now is like about as good of a time as any, just before because more than likely, if something were to change, the effects would probably take into effect, if I were to take a guess, after the midterms, where a bunch of other states are probably going to sue, blah, 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 blah. Because again, like, if this does go through, potentially up to 19 Democratic seats within a bunch of Republican states are going to be gone just like that. Texas, there's definitely going to be a bunch of seats that are at risk. Probably like Ohio, there's probably going to be seats at risk, if I were to take a guess. The Carolinas as well. A bunch of different fucking states, right? Cleo Fields, a black Democrat, won the district by more than 13 points. His win was a big deal for the people like Martha Davis, who worked as both a teacher and administrator for 40 years. She still remembers waiting in segregated waiting rooms as a young girl and going to a segregated Catholic school, where she now got used books from the white Catholic school. Now she lives in North Baton Rouge. It's like the wrong side of the track. It's like the forgotten area, said Davis, who was one of the black voters who sued Louisiana over its original map. There are no hospitals nearby, no grocery stores nearby. The streets are deplorable. Nobody could care less about what happened in that part of town. Unfortunately, it's because there's a bunch of black people living there, and you're run by a bunch of dumbass fucking Republicans who are incredibly fucking racist. And if they could bring back slavery, they could. They would, 1,000%. Like, just get rid of all those people. And fuck it, white ethno-state for these people, which is exactly what they want. And representation for those people in those districts that are part of the more majority black areas is going to be able to get the funding that they need within those like cities, towns, suburbs, whatever, in order to be able to repair infrastructure, in order to be able to repair the roads, to be able to get more supplies for their schools and stuff like that. But Republicans don't want any of that stuff. They just want these people to suffer. The fact that we were able to choose somebody that looks like me, somebody who knows what our needs are, and fight for us, that made me overjoyed, she said. Fields' win also made a difference to Devontae Lewis, a member of the Louisiana Public Service Commission who represents the Baton Rouge area. He said that Fields' election last year, it had been easier to get help on federal issues like disaster relief. That's a great point. Lot of hurricanes that tend to go through Louisiana, right? Federal relief with someone especially who's going to actually fight for the people in that fucking district significantly fucking matters. Let's be honest here. When we need help for certain areas, you want your member of Congress to know it, said Lewis, who was also one of the plaintiffs in the original suit challenging Louisiana's map. You don't want them to be 170 miles away who have no connection to where you are. So what? This is the previous boundaries weakened black voters' influence in Baton Rouge, splitting them up against multiple districts. Yeah, look at that. Look at that shit. Concentrations of all these like black people in different places, because it's meant to dilute the power of the Democrats, right? District 6 and the tomfoolery that is District 2 specifically, with this like really thin lines over here. This is very, very obviously meant to do one thing, and that's fucking gerrymander, right? Because it's meant to split up the fucking black vote effectively in half, to dilute the power of these particular majority fucking districts. Yeah, the Democrats make everything so political. That's so true, Boy Meets Mini. When the case was before the Supreme Court in March, Louisiana defended its redrawn map, of course, saying it had made a good faith effort to comply with the Constitution and the Voting Rights Act after judges had blocked their original plan. Really, if that were the case, then you would have had a second majority minority fucking district based off of your census and the amount of black people that are living within there. So don't fucking like blatantly lie to me and say like, oh yeah, this was a good faith attempt. No, it fucking wasn't. Full of shit. But then again, just blatantly lying, that's totally okay for Republicans. It's the permission structure is there thanks to Donald Trump. Yeah, good faith, by the way. Yeah, totally. But after the justices invited further briefing, the state switched its position and now says that the map is unconstitutional. The 2024 map, of course. There isn't the kind of ongoing discrimination that would justify bringing racial considerations into redistricting, the state's lawyers said. They argue that the Supreme Court has only recognized two contexts in which it is acceptable for the government to take race-based action, remedying specific past instances of discrimination and avoiding imminent safety risks in prisons, like preventing a race riot. These two interests share a critical feature that Section 2 lacks. They turn on a specific harm and permit only a correspondingly narrow temporary remedy, they wrote in their own brief to the court. Race-based redistricting pursuant to Section 2, by contrast, is nothing of the sort. It presents no imminent danger to human safety. And that's what I figured their argument is going to be. They're going to be like, well, what do you mean? The black people can still vote. This is in line with the Voting Rights Act. Yeah, but quite literally, in the Voting Rights Act, it also specifies that based off of census data within the Voting Rights Act, now you can correct me if I'm wrong, any of the Americans in chat, that depending on the amount of the percentage of minority populations that exist, you cannot draw districts, and you must have an appropriate amount of districts to have those people be able to be represented within that fucking state. Like has been said before, about a third of Louisiana's population is black. There's only 6 districts within Louisiana. Simple math would dictate that there has to be at least 2 majority black districts within Louisiana, such that those people have fair representation within Congress. Because if not, you can essentially draw the districts in such a way that they don't have any of that representation, and they are effectively segregated and have no voice. Because do you think the Republicans are going to be the main people who are going to represent the voices of those black people? Fuck no, absolutely not. Why would they ever do that, right? So this would effectively, of course, if they go after Section 2 in this way, would gut the Voting Rights Act and essentially just make it completely fucking moot, which is fine for the conservatives because in reality, oh, well, these motherfuckers are fucking racist. Oh, who would have thought? It's crazy, I know. It presents no imminent danger to human safety. In its heartland application today, it also has nothing to do with remediating past intentional discrimination, let alone specific identified instances of intentional discrimination. Oh, yeah, dude. Totally, because Louisiana totally would never do any intentional discrimination against the minority populations that vote within their fucking state. No, no, no. There would never be any instances of that whatsoever, of course. The U.S. Supreme Court has allowed map makers to use race in drawing districts if it is in service of a compelling interest and its use is narrowly tailored to that interest. Writing in for the court in a 2017 case, Justice Elena Kagan noted the justices had long assumed that complying with the Voting Rights Act was a compelling interest. Those defending the maps argued that the Supreme Court precedent already requires them to clear a series of higher hurdles to show that race-conscious redistricting is needed in a Section 2 case. It is difficult to win a Section 2 case. From 2012 to 2021, there were 48 Section 2 cases dealing with vote dilution filed, and just 21 of them were successful. According to data collected by the Voting Rights Institute at the University of Michigan, clearing those hurdles, those defending Louisiana's map say, requires them to show there is ongoing discrimination. Well, the point of the fucking maps that they decided to put into power in 2022 obviously is meant to dilute the voting power of black people such that they can never have any opportunity to have representation within their state. That's the point, right? Because they want all those well, in reality, if they could have all 6 of those districts in power for the Republicans, they could, if they could draw a map like that. I don't think that's really possible without having to add more districts to split up the black vote in some particular effective way. Like, given the amount of black people that live in Louisiana, there is no way that's ever going to fucking happen. So, as is stipulated within the fucking Voting Rights Act, you can't just fucking discriminate them simply due to the fact that there is a large concentration of fucking black people, which is effectively what the Republicans are trying to do, obviously. It is all fucking racially charged with these motherfuckers. They love doing racially charged bullshit. They love doing that. It's like one of their favorite things to do. And so it dictates and makes it such that, well, you have to be able to make appropriate maps for these people to have fucking representation in them. Because if you don't, they're not going to have any of the representation that they ever want. And the fact that these hurdles are basically put into place for these Section 2 cases makes it such that, that these dumbasses who keep doing all the gerrymandering that they do, well, obviously in the pertinence of being able to dilute the minority votes within their fucking states, it makes it such that they actually have to draw fair maps so those people actually have fair representation. Because again, like I said before, the point of all of this is that they just, like, if conservatives could have segregation put back into place, they would obviously do it. Without a fucking question, they would have segregation be put back into place. Because these people are fucking racist, fundamentally speaking. So, yeah, if they can just draw the maps in a particular way such that it can be no black representation in any of these, like, Republican districts or minority representation in any of these fucking Republican states, they would definitely do it. Like I said before, 19 Democrat seats are potentially at risk depending on what ruling is done in terms of Section 2, which is,
great for me, folks. I'm gonna have a great time during the next elections, where I run for a third. I mean, what? No, I would never run for a third term. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
But that's pretty fucking great, cool, fantastic. Section 2's permanent nature does not mean that its application is without limitation. Congress ensured that Section 2's results test is appropriately constrained and requires a remedy only where race is definitely shaping political decision making. Well, unfortunately, it's like literally every decision that Republicans fucking make. They love making everything about race, these motherfuckers. So, yeah, I think that's I think that's something that's going to generally fucking happen. Yeah, I'll be quite honest here. Leading to a pattern of persistent and ongoing electoral losses for candidates preferred by a cohesive minority voting bloc. As is true in Louisiana, those current conditions may give rise to the need for a race-conscious remedy for unlawful racial dilution. The Trump administration has filed a brief in the case, siding with the white voters, of course, challenging the map and urging the Supreme Court to make it harder to win a Section 2 case. I mean, it should be fairly fucking obvious, right? Because, again, for Trump, not only is he fucking racist, but also it's all about basically doing everything possible to make sure that the Republicans are able to stay in the power. Again, if a minority of the voters, which Republicans are, can do their own tyranny on the fucking majority, they gladly would every single time. Tyranny of the minority, as always. Since Trump's inauguration, the Justice Department has withdrawn from all of its pending Section 2 cases and has not filed any new ones. Too often, Section 2 is deployed as a form of electoral race-based affirmative action to undo a state's constitutional pursuit of political ends. Yeah, but the thing is maybe if you guys were not drawing so many fucking racist maps in order to basically effectively not have any representation for those minority voters, then maybe that wouldn't be an issue. But unfortunately, you guys are a bunch of dumbass racists who want those people to not have any representation within Congress because you just want to be kings who rule from on high. That's what it is with these people. Or either kill or get rid of all of them. And so this wouldn't have to be a problem whatsoever. Because, again, the point of all of this is so they can have segregationist policies put back into place, right? And gutting and getting rid of the Voting Rights Act is a step to that new, like, neo-fucking segregation. Like, let's be honest here. Davis, the former teacher who recalled growing up during segregation, expressed disbelief at the argument that the Voting Rights Act was no longer needed. The fact that they want to take that away, it's like we just keep fighting and fighting and fighting. When does it end? When there are no more conservatives. Unironically, you want to not have the fight for civil rights ever basically stop, I guess, for lack of a better term, or not sort of, depreciate and get worse, then you have to get rid of the conservatives. Unironically, vote them out. Well, that's one way of doing it. Or changing the electoral system within the United States such that this is no longer an issue. One of the two, right? You have to make it such that the conservatives are not able to gain power in either the House or the fucking Senate or the fucking presidency in some way. That's by getting rid of the fucking Electoral College. The DEI for fucking conservatives. You know, for all the complaining that conservatives do about fucking affirmative action, they love affirmative action when it comes to doing everything possible in order to maintain power under themselves so they can do their fucking decrees from on high in order to make people suffer all of their sort of racist, segregationist sort of policies and ideas. Because in reality, what these people want is for people to suffer for the fact that they have a different color of skin. But yeah, I don't think there's really much else to say besides shouldn't be really surprised by the fact that conservatives are trying to do everything possible to have segregation effectively return within the United States of America. This is my shocked Pikachu face because, oh boy, I sure am shocked about the fact that conservatives are basically trying to do everything possible to make black people suffer within the United States of America. Who would have thought?
We love segregation returning in the United States of America. Those are the good times, folks, let me tell you. We love that, don't we, folks?
Yeah. You start saying you're fucking fell for it again awards. Now we got fucking fell for it again awards. Let's go. Ay, ay, ay. Spit out and take care of the phlegm demon real quick. Remember, take your autism pills. Everyone, remember your autism pills, okay? Get your Tylenol. Very important. And big fucking memes. Very, very big memes. You know, I keep wondering if I could ever have, like, a backdrop of just, like, random shit in the background. Because you know how, like, all these, like, dumbass streamers constantly be like, yo, look at all of our cool shit in the background. Obviously, like, if I could angle my camera in a way where it's like, oh, look, backdrop of shit. But I don't really have much of anything, so it's just like, just angle it down. Listen, at least we got our boy Gengar in the back. You know? I always ask myself, what would I put in the background? I want a Giratina plushie. That's what I want. But I think those things are basically sold out everywhere. Giratina plush. I want one. Oh no, it's not sold out. $64. What? Duh. From the Pokemon Center. He's just a little guy. Wow, he's just a little guy. I'm not employed. I can't fucking buy this shit. Can't buy this shit! Because I ain't employed. From what I understood, the Dragapult plushie is also very, very popular. Everyone do be loving the Dragapult plushies. And the amount of merchandise that exists. This is what it looks like. It looks so stupid. It looks so dopey. You're so sleepy. Like, eh. And apparently this motherfucker is extremely, extremely fucking popular. I mean, people do love Dragapult. It's a really good Pokemon. Looks so stupid and sleepy. Wait, there's a fucking Dragapult trucker hat? Yo, Boy Meets Mini. Dragapult trucker hat. Yo. Oh, that's for Giratina. Giratina altered form plushies sold out. That's interesting. Fascinating. But he is just a little guy. He's just a little guy. But yeah, if I had the ability to visit a Pokemon Center, I would. I'd get some plushies. The only Pokemon Center that besides all the ones in Japan, is there any in California, Boy Meets Mini? I know there's one in, there's one in New York. I have no idea. I think Boy Meets Mini has died for our sins. It'd be like that. Why did Wolf Glick wear fucking dumbass shit thing? What the fuck is this? What? Okay, whatever. Whatever. Let's get started with this bullshit. Guys, it's time for another instance of some dumbass comedian getting a fucking Fell For It Again award. No, another Fell For It Again award being given to Joe Rogan. I don't know how many Fell For It Again awards that this motherfucker should have, but I don't know. It's like at least 7 or 8 of them or some shit. I don't know. Whatever. Pick a number. And that's how many Joe Rogan should get. And now he's talking about the immigration crackdown of Trump. Joe, you had him on your fucking ginormous fucking podcast giving him a super softball fucking interview. And he's always made it incredibly, incredibly clear what he was going to do in terms of immigration. He wanted to deport like 20 fucking million people. And you really don't believe in your heart of hearts that he was lying? Like, Donald Trump lies as much as he breathes. Oh, but he was trying to go after the bad apples. Oh, really? Do you think there's that many bad apples that exist? Sure, there are some. I'm not going to doubt that, right? There's always going to be some bad apples a part of the bunch. But do you think that 22 million are bad apples, Joe? Because he said that during the campaign trail. He wants to deport about 22 million people. So, I guess they're all just bad and they deserve to be fucking deported. Not to mention the fact that most of the people that they're going after are not fucking illegals at this point. And some are may have civil cases. Most do not have fucking civil cases against them. And very few tend to have criminal cases against them that they were already trying to go to court in order to basically resolve. Because again, ICE Gestapo freaks will camp out by courtrooms in order to fucking arrest the people, to try to kidnap them and deport them out of the fucking country while they're trying to go to court in order to resolve their fucking their issues. Like, duh. But I didn't think that Trump was going to do any of that shit. Yeah, whatever, bro. What do we have here?
Let's just talk about the immigration thing. The way it looks is horrific. When you're just arresting people in front of their kids and just normal, regular people that have been here for 20 years, that everybody who has a heart can't get along with that.
No.
Everybody who has...
Yet you decided to give your platform, your giant fucking platform that was paid for by hundreds of millions of dollars by Spotify, you decided to give that to the fucking fascistic fucking freak, this complete fucking charlatan and a moron, to basically just give him a softball interview because Trump is kind of cool and the cultural winds are shifting towards Trump, so therefore I have to make sure that I appeal and keep my audience listening to Trump. But I like Trump. I think he's like pretty heckin' epic and cool. It's like, come on, bro. Like, everyone was fucking saying why this is a bad idea, and you should not be fucking having him on your fucking goddamn platform because, again, he's not lying about what he says. He's going to deport those people, so it should be fairly obvious why this was a fucking stupid, dumbass idea to begin with. But then again, whoa, Joe Rogan, who will only have, like, conspiratorial freaks and morons and complete just utter charlatans on his platform consistently, doesn't recognize any of that because he himself is also a complete right-wing fucking charlatan and moron. Oh, whoa, who would have thought such a thing could be possible?
has a heart sees that and goes, that can't be right. That can't be right. That can't be the only way to do this.
Right.
Because you have to
Yet
think...
the president that you fucking supported, you endorsed, by the way, said that that's what he was going to do the whole time. Letting Stephen Miller, that egg-headed little fucking freak, decide to be the sort of main arbiter for immigration fucking policy within the United States of America. Again, it's really just one of those things where it's like, fell for it again. Everyone just start fucking spamming the fell for it again award. Because again, like, he said very obviously and very fucking clearly what he was going to do, what he was all about. And you want to now shock Pikachu face and say like, oh, I think it's like really bad, this immigration enforcement. It's not normal. It's really, really bad. It's like, he said he was going to do this. He always said he was going to do this. Now you want to fucking act all shocked about this? Spare me it.
Look, yeah, we have to have a border. Yes, it should have been secure. Yes, they should make sure you know who.
Damn, too bad. Like, that's a fucking lie. Like, it's a lie, just ginned up and conjured up by fucking liars. And again, we could talk about the people that were let in by TPS. Sure. How about some statistics? Pew Research. So Joe Biden let in about 1.2 million migrants into the U.S., or didn't even let them in. Basically gave them temporary protected status to be able to live within the United States of America. These are illegal migrants who came in, and again, you take a look at this number. Why are there a lot of illegal migrants that came in from Venezuela? You must ask yourself this question. Oh, the 2019 Venezuelan coup attempt that Trump specifically attempted with Juan Guaido, 3 other dudes in a fucking trench coat. It failed fucking miserably. He got salty about the fact that his coup attempt was a half-baked dog shit fucking coup, and as a result slapped heavy sanctions on the Venezuelan economy, causing it to go into hyperinflation. And as a result, people started to leave the country and migrate to the United States of America. That's why about 700,000 of these 1.2 million immigrants that migrated illegally and came in through legal ports of entry, the vast majority of them, legal points of entry these people came through, not through, I don't know, swimming through the Rio Grande like that schizophrenic Hot Wheels governor-looking head-ass Greg Abbott seemingly thinks. No, they came through legal ports of entry to try to come into the country because their country's economy was fucking collapsing. So again, spare me it. This was all fucking caused by Donald Trump. He is the one who basically incentivized this fucking migration wave to fucking happen because of his really fucking terrible policies.
Everybody is before they get in.
Yeah.
But when people been here for 20 years, like, come on, man. That's crazy. Like,
yeah.
You guys are shocked
find
about
a way.
that?
If they've been productive.
Literally, Stephen Miller said he wants to deport 3,000 people a day. That yearly he wants to deport at least 1 million per year. Like, really? You are fucking shocked? This is the current shadow president of the United States of America, and you're fucking shocked Pikachu facing that these ICE little Gestapo freaks, like, quite literally, in Chicago, a bunch of dudes fucking pulled up on a 15-year-old, 8 fucking ICE agents in 4 unmarked vehicles, rolled up on a fucking 15-year-old to detain her, and she was yelling, "I'm 15," while she was, like, walking back home from school. Spare me it. You decided to give the platform to the guy who is allowing for that stupid egg-headed freak Stephen Miller to do this kind of stuff.
Members of society for 20 years, no criminal record. They worked the entire time.
Yeah.
They paid taxes. Find them a pathway to citizenship. Find a way where you can do this thing that you want to do, which is keep terrorists and cartel members from getting across the border with...
That hardly were fucking coming in to begin with. Like, seriously. They also arrested a veteran citizen out of his car. They'll literally try to go after literally anyone that has slightly brown skin. It's literally the Peter Griffin pigment sheet meme, like, unironically, with these fucking complete freaks. And again, like, spare me it. Spare me this fucking feign at concern, Joe. Like, you fucking are the ones who gave the permission structure for Donald Trump to be like this sort of cool, super epic guy who needs power after he was consistently saying on the campaign trail that he wants to deport over 22 what he perceives as illegals, which isn't even the amount of illegal citizens that live within the United States of America. It's actually about 10 million that exist illegally within the United States of America. So again, spare me it.
Drugs that kill 100,000 people a year. Okay, but also have a fucking heart. Because if you don't, you're not going to get anybody on your side. If you're doing this stuff publicly, throwing women to the ground, handcuffing people, just for existing on the wrong side of the dirt.
Yeah.
Not a criminal. Not the only crime they ever committed was coming over here as a kid.
Yeah.
They probably didn't even know what the fuck was going on.
Yeah. Yeah,
Just,
man.
you know, a lot of kids got snuck across when they were already born in Mexico, and
Yeah.
they've grown up their entire life in America. They can't even speak.
Don't fucking shock Pikachu facing about me, this dude. Like, seriously. It's one of those things where it's like, spare me it. You voted for the guy. You endorsed the guy who made it very obvious and fucking clear. This is what you voted for. Take responsibility for your fucking actions. Pull yourself up by your fucking bootstraps for once in your life. This sort of like, I don't know, idiotic conservative fucking idiom that exists. Like, you voted for this. You have a hand to play in this. Spare me it. Again, from our boy Mehdi Hassan. I don't think there's really any other image that encapsulates this any fucking better. You voted for this. You fucking decided to do the sort of like media tour shit and sold this guy to your fucking audience and had a huge part in order to get him into power. Now you want to fucking express regret about this? No. You need to take responsibility for having a hand to play in the deportation of all of those fucking, more than likely, innocent people. Because the Trump administration under Stephen Miller has always made it incredibly clear that he wants to use ICE as a tool in order to just get rid of as many people as fucking possible. 22 million people, he said on the campaign trail, that he thought were all drug traffickers, illegals, that they were people eating fucking dogs and cats. You have a part to play in this. And as always, this Fell For It Again award goes to you, Joe Rogan. You had a part to play in this. You voted for this. Take responsibility for your actions. I don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Nice. Oh my god, a stream that's finally not 6 hours long. Oh my goodness. So real. So true. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man. The fuck are we rating out to today? Why don't we raid out to Complainy Leany? I have no idea what the fuck I'm gonna talk about tomorrow, I'll be honest. Probably gonna be mostly gaming tomorrow, I think. New planet for sure. Okay, I spelled that correctly. But yeah, I have no idea what the fuck we're gonna talk about tomorrow. I'll come up with some random bullshit, probably. Maybe cover a video. Blah, blah, blah. All that good shit. Alright, dorks. You know what to do, you know what to say. Transtride with the Daho Raid Butt if you are a sub. If you're non-sub, you do the WoW with the Daho Raid Butt. So we show appreciation. Those are into any case of gamers. I will be back tomorrow. And what? It's gonna be new fucking planet. I'm thinking about heading to Pelagos. Unless I feel like changing my mind. I want those better guns. I want the better guns. But Pelagos is next. That's where we're going to head next. And, yeah, relatively soon. I am probably going to take a break from the Factorio to play some Pokemon Legends ZA. For sure on stream. Now that my whole setup is working and everything. Definitely going to do that. So that'll be good. And, yeah, I don't know what else there is to really, talk about. I'll figure it out tomorrow. Anyway, I will be back tomorrow though, gamers. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.